Imagine somebody excluding Prescott.
Well, they probably don't fully understand the wonder of the man. That's probably what it is, right? The pure glory, the
That's
depth,
exactly what it is.
the abundance. You know, when they don't fully understand, you just say, "Look, you really don't fully understand the glory of the man. If you did, you would not be in this position."
You are so right.
I'm choppy, right? But I'm right.
I want you to write the foreword to my book.
The glory, the joy, the abundance, the all-encompassing man of Canadian pride. Yes, Prescott. It's all good.
No. People might misunderstand the use of that word pride. So what we're going to do is we're going to go with this thing.
Oh,
Thing called wolves, and it's going to be spelled W-O bracket O close bracket L-V-E-S. Yeah.
I see what you did there.
It was clever, wasn't it?
Very clever. Now, is this gonna also be part of Club 33?
Yes.
Are these like plural Virginia Wolves?
Yes. Did I spell it wrong?
No, but I don't know. I was making a different joke.
Well, it was a little play on a book by an.
I know. Rob Beasley. Yes.
Yeah, and it's you spell it with two O's, and that
one in parentheses. Yes.
Encompasses the woo, and so it's kind of like has three meanings, sort of, two meanings at least.
Yeah. So are you not getting along with him right now, Rob?
With Rob?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I get along with Rob fine.
I never did.
We were in a hangout for a couple of hours today with Rob.
Yeah. In fact, at about, well, I guess it'd probably be almost an hour ago, there was I got a little notice that there was a video call with Reuven and Rob, and I went in and I don't know what Reuven was doing, but Rob was there, and we chatted a bit, and both decided that he had some things to do there. His almost time there in Australia, so we just said good night, and I think he's on about his business. No, everything's cool.
Rob pisses me off. It's like a whole bunch of weird, oversimplified, too broadly superimposed on everything else in the world. BS, quote-unquote theory, on top of, I guess, an anti-Jewish conspiracy theory type thing, and I mean, it might as well just be going on about like the Rothschild.
Yeah, but what you're talking, you're talking about Rob's crazy, okay? Rob's certifiable. We all know that, but he's lovable in his own strange way, right, Michael?
Can you break down the lovable part? Because if you were to explain it, it would mean something. If I say it, it's just a normal day. You know what I mean? Like, it's lovable with me is something that just, exudes from my being, right?
Yeah.
If you were to say it would mean something, right?
I don't think I would.
Hold hands. We all hold hands right now and say, Rob is lovable 3 times. Tap our heels and say, no place like home. No place like home. I think I got lost there. Did you get lost in that, Grant?
It was
no place like Harlem. No place like Harlem.
I don't know. I was kind of losing my food.
What?
Nadia is not feeling the love, though, for the Rob. I can feel that. Nadia is not fully understanding the glory of the man. See? That saying does not apply just to one person.
I think he needs to be dropped off like I don't know, a nice Hasidic neighborhood in Brooklyn and see how long it lasts. Spouting those conspiracy theories.
Are you
You're not.
are you
Nadia.
trying to get him hurt?
I'm sorry?
Nadia's
I
not.
I don't feel an abundance of. I don't feel love there. I'm not feeling that wave of love there at all. I'm feeling harm towards Rob. Rob should be here, and then we could do kumbaya. No.
I think Rob should be in Brooklyn.
Okay.
A
think-
very,
Rob
very
should be right.
Hasidic neighborhood in Brooklyn.
I think once you get past the fact that, he's always going to argue the two wolves, he's always going to argue, Gnostic Jesus, he's always going to argue everything that goes along with that. Once
The
you get
Pharisees
past all
are
of that,
Jewish conspirators running all the banks and governments in the world.
my whole point is once you get past all of that, I think he's genuinely trying to teach you something. I mean,
See,
call me
what's
crazy,
left?
but I think
What's left?
he's going to try to help. He's trying to help.
What?
how is he
I'm
helping,
sorry.
Grant?
But
I want to hear
after all
someone's
that-
coughing up a lung.
After all that, how can he help? What is there else to teach?
Nadia, I really want to hear Grant explain how Rob helps. And then I would love Prescott to explain that as well. Go ahead.
Well, he believes that he's found, a pathway to a greater truth. And you don't have to accept that in fact is the truth, but the fact of the matter is he's trying to get other people to understand it, and I think he believes that it'll help other people out in their life. I mean, underlying everything else that goes with it, I think that's the truth of his intent.
Okay, so you think he isn't crazy? You think he's sane?
Oh no, I think
Is
he's
that what you're saying?
batshit crazy, but I think he means well.
Okay, so when you say batshit crazy, is that worse than cow shit crazy? Like, is
No,
there?
I just mean that in a way that, you can reason with a lot of people, and at least it's just next to impossible to reason with Rob.
Yeah, but some people think if you're atheist, you're crazy. Some people think if you're a Bible thumper, you're crazy. Some people think if you're white Oprah, you're crazy, right? Some people think
Yes.
Nadia is crazy. Like
But
this.
can it be argued that you can put aside all the labels and look at what the person is actually espousing as knowledge and see if there's anything that can be gained from it?
Yeah, but he's just doing a twist of a very old story. Like, I would buy the book if it was about two aliens, right? But he's used wolves. He needs to have two aliens, the grays and the whites or something. That would work better for me. I don't think he's going to get a big audience on the wolf thing. I just don't. Maybe if it was two vampires, it might go better. That's the thing. He's got to reach a different audience. What's his second book going to be about? I think it should be about the glory of Preston.
But I tried to make the connection between the two wolves and the two empires, and he wouldn't go for it. Said no.
Now, are we talking about Star Trek?
No, we're talking about
The Empire Strikes Back? Is that what?
No, that's Star Wars. But no,
Yeah,
he,
yeah.
no, the two empires, his Persian empires and his Roman empires. And I said, well, are those the two wolves, or which one's the good wolf and which one's the bad wolf? And he wouldn't hear none of it. I think that he should bring the two together and just kind of mesh the two together into a single cohesive thought.
And I keep saying
So you're
that I just think he should put the wolves away. No one else needs wolves to go through their life.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
there's nothing
the
wrong
wolves
with the
are
wolves.
complete horseshit. They're grossly oversimplified misrepresentations, false dichotomies, and so on and so forth. And wow, it's
Okay.
really bad.
Prescott, can you explain something to me? I think he thinks that he has his own religion here, and he is the Messiah.
Who, Rob?
And he's Yeah, I really believe that he thinks he's the Messiah.
He's probably that batshit, yeah.
And when No, I'm not joking. I'm not being mean. I really believe he's come up in his mind a new religion.
Yeah, that's
Does
true.
anybody agree with that?
I agree with that.
Like,
In the context that he follows the Gnostic Jesus, I can say yes, because he doesn't attribute any divinity or magic to what he believes.
Which is kind of odd,
it's,
since Gnostic Jesus was a magician.
but what makes these hangouts work is that we all are so odd in so many different ways, right? Like, but look at the people at the panel here right now, just talking, like how diversely different we are, and yet we get along, somewhat.
Yeah, no. I think in this particular hangout, we are probably a bit more tolerant of difference than in a lot of hangouts. At least that's for most of us.
Not really. J-Dog just keeps you blocked with it almost all the time.
Okay,
J-Dubs for weeks.
J-Dubs is one person, Nadia.
Yeah, but he shuts me out of the whole hangout for weeks at a time.
I know. I'm sorry about that.
Now, why is that, Nadia? Why is that, you think, if you had to break it down?
I am not a mind reader.
Yeah, but you can get a gist from somebody why they don't like you, right? Like, I have people who dislike me.
No, you can't, because I can't actually communicate with them. Any message I send to him gets blocked, basically. Because he's blocked me.
Okay. Now, have you said horrible things about him?
No.
Start.
Okay. Have you done... Prescott, what are you doing? Little
I'm starting to see why they're throwing Prescott out of Hangouts.
I'm sorry.
J-Dubs is super sensitive. I don't know if people know that. He doesn't present as that, but he's the kind of person who gets hurt, and it could be. People have said horrible things about him lately. Horrible things, and we've all heard it. I hear horrible things about you, and I hear horrible things about myself. And the only person I don't hear horrible things about is Grant. So you're doing something right.
Hey!
What are the horrible things they say about me? Who says them?
Yeah! What kind of horrible things are they saying about Nadia?
Oh, that she monopolizes the conversation. You can't get a word in. It's all about Nadia. But you know what? I could name like 5 people I can think of right now that do that all the time. You're lucky to get 4 words in. And some of them host Hangouts, and there's a clue.
Yep, I agree.
You know what I mean? You can't get a word in. And it's like, why have a Hangout if you won't let people, like, I don't know if you've noticed with my style, I like to ask questions. I don't really like to answer them very much. Because I don't have the glory that Prescott's got. So I step back and I let the glory shine and resonate across the waves. Because I'm all about the sharing of the essence, the joy, the bliss.
No, I would say
everyone right now is.
I would say it's more about the fact that you can recognize the greatness, and that's pretty cool.
It is, you know what? Once you recognize, right? Because we're all interconnected, right? Because when we say horrible things about each other, we're really saying horrible things about ourselves, and the traits that we carry within ourselves. Like, I don't know, everybody on this panel. Now, Benny sometimes I think is off the rails, but I don't know. We seem to get along somewhat. But the rest of you, I think we're all different, right? And I think Grant is a great peacemaker. Like, you should be a politician or something.
Yeah.
Because he seems to be under the wire.
I appreciate your comment there, but I have a pretty quick flashpoint.
That ram cam might be pretty good, and you think you kept your cool.
Yeah, well, that was kind of laughable to me more than it was, attacking me or anything. That was...
Okay, we're talking...
It was like play acting. I mean, You know what I mean? You can tell when somebody's sincere when they're saying
Yeah.
something in opposition to you, as opposed to where they're, performing.
Yeah, but he has a mission. He wants to be the next G-man. He wants to, he definitely that's his goal. He wants to have big people following him, and what's the thing he always says? The mockers.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
think he
eliminate the
approaches it
mockers. I'm
like
gonna mock.
WWE wrestling.
Yes, and you're more like the Oprah Network. See, that's how you and I are the same. We're all about the love.
Amen. Move the conversation forward, Michael.
I got politely got told there. Thank you. See, there's the politician part.
No, I mean in general. Instead of getting caught up in the constant arguing and embitterment and everything else that goes along with what happens, let's move the conversation forward. Let's evolve beyond it.
Yeah, but many people just love to see these bloodbaths and these train wrecks, and they love to see when people lose their shit. Like the other day, poor Rob was shaking in a hangout, and people thought that was cool. I didn't think that was cool at all, but people talked about it. I think people loved when what's his Ram Campbell was basically saying he was gonna wipe up the floor with all the mockers. I'm gonna annihilate the mockers. People love that. They also love to hate him. And then he was talking about man crushes and all this other stuff, and it got really ugly the other day in that hangout. Was that
Yeah.
Brother John's hangout? I can't remember what it was. Yeah, it was
People
gross.
hate me more than like Rancam, Matt Bell, G-Man, and all those guys combined. The atheists do. Actually, I get along with better than the atheists.
I disagree. I think Ramcam is number one with a bullet lately, and Arcane. A lot of people don't like Arcane, and yet I had a very wonderful conversation with. But I had a great conversation with Pillbox and Arcane. No,
They invite Arcane and Pillbox in for conversation. Me, they shut me out. They hate me worse than anyone, any Christian, ever. Venom Fang X, freaking India, G-Man, Pillbox, whatever, Nephilim, hate me worse than any of those. Atheists too.
So, what do you guys think we can do to make these hangouts more civil and more productive? Or is that crazy?
No, it's easy. Stop inviting clowns. I mean, you always see these hangouts where people try to get the most diametrically opposed, staunch on their on the borderline crazy, will defend their point of view regardless of any amount of information that's thrown at them, and they toss three of each from each side of the fence into a gladiator arena and say, now here, go at it. Nothing productive comes from that. That's WWE.
So Grant, what is your greatest frustration then with the Christians?
I don't know. I would really have to think about that. I mean, most Christians I don't have a problem with. I don't have a problem with most people of all faiths. It's only when that whatever that religion is gets, tangled up in forcing itself on everybody else, or denigrating other people or dehumanizing them because they're not a member of your faith, or things along that line. I mean, just it's the ludicrousness that comes from, I was born in North America, therefore I'm generally going to be a Christian, and everybody else in the world is going to burn. Oh, well, actually, it's just not that I'm a Christian. I'm this particular sect of a Christian, so all the other sects of Christians who don't worship Jesus the same way I do are also going to have trouble because they're not true Christians. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
geographical
yeah,
game.
but it's like we had Joseph Mellon. I think his name is Mello or Mellon or something like that. We had him on, and he was telling everybody they were going to burn in hell. And he came in preaching instead of. And what I don't understand is you get a lot farther with honey. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like if you really want to preach God's word, right? If you're into Jesus, if that's your vehicle, I don't think Jesus would be in these hangouts annihilating everybody. He'd be embracing everyone.
yeah, that's
He would
just
not
it.
be rampant.
You're going to be the avatar of your religious figure, and then you're going to make the biggest ass of yourself as possible, and wonder why nobody wants to, get involved in your faith.
But here's an example of crazy. Okay, the other day I'm in a hangout. I'm considered out there New Age. They're all Christians. They're attacking the crap out of me, which is fine. And then I said to them, "Can John the Deist come in?" And they went, "No, he's a Buddhist." And I said, "How is he a Buddhist?" And they said, "Look at his page. He has Buddhist artwork. He's a Buddhist. I don't care what you say. He's not a deist." Like, it's that kind of insanity. I'm thinking, okay, so someone likes some, Buddhist artwork, and they're suddenly a Buddhist, and it doesn't matter that they're a deist. I don't know. It's petty, crazy little stuff that drives me, around the bend. And then we have people who I really think their feelings are getting hurt every week, and I don't know why they come back. And Rob's one of them. What do you think, Prescott?
You know we're live, right?
What was that?
We're live.
Yes,
Okay. All right.
I understand that.
No. I just
There's
didn't
nothing
realize.
here.
I just didn't realize it until maybe it happened when I was away from the computer.
Well, that's why I was saying about the glory of the man. I wanted the whole planet to know. I
Oh.
didn't want just 5 people in this room. I wanted them to know the full essence, the joy, the bliss. No matter how much they say horrible things about how you're controlling, I want them to feel the wrath, the joy, the burning sensation of the Prescott strain. Not
Michael,
everyone's going to fully understand. What?
Michael, you're becoming one with Skynet. Oh, Skynet. Your voice is getting more and more garbled.
Okay, thanks for warning me. Okay, maybe I'll even come back. Okay.
I wasn't going to tell you as long as you kept saying nice things about me. So.
Garbled or not, he'll take the compliments.
I don't know. I mean, I tried to do the whole, what is it, flies with honey thing, doing outreach to the Christians and so on, and, well, yeah, guess what, the atheist went and bit me in the ass. So, as far as I'm concerned, and I don't need a freaking Brett Keane style conversion to do it, or style whatever to do it. Don't need to believe in a deity to tell the freaking atheist community to kiss my ass. So that's my take on it.
I don't want to talk because I don't want to be accused of being controlling.
Oh, do it anyway.
Yeah, I think he was just tormenting me anyway. Do I dominate the conversation?
No,
Sounds
I
like
think
no.
I think a lot of people may take away that feeling because for what words you throw up there, you tend to put a lot of knowledge into the conversation that you do have, and I think that can be rather intimidating.
Okay, that's so not what I expected to hear, but anyway, okay. How do I export the video?
Okay. And after I say you're a smart guy, you ask a question like that. We roll back tape. Cut.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I could use a bit of editing myself. But anyway. Oh boy. Yeah, people say that I suppose, speaking too large words, too complex of sentences, and otherwise, self-quadrillion and obscurances and obfuscate things and so on. And I did some kind of pseudo-intellectual posturing and attempted intellectual intimidation and so on. Well, horseshit.
I just keep Google handy when you talk, that's all.
I don't think you even really use a lot of large words. I just think that you really thought about what it is that you want to say, and you have it packaged nicely. I mean, it's easy to understand what you have to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, opinions vary. And to my detriment.
Okay. Eng Mohammed, I'm sorry. El Namari? Okay, and do you have a mic hooked up, or? Oh, okay. All right. Yep. If you just want to listen and type in chat, that's fine. So, I guess I was kind of waiting for Michael to get back into, because I really liked all the nice things that he was saying about me, and since it was live, it was kind of nice that it was all going out over the internet, and thousands of people were listening.
Yeah, it says here I've met or exceeded the amount of compliments I can send your way, so
Yes.
sorry.
Well, that was the problem, because at some point when it's too many, it starts sounding insincere or contrived, and so. Well, tonight we're actually discussing my glory. That's a joke. Dead air's good. I've been in Hangouts all day, and oh, I see what happened. Nadia must have got disconnected somehow.
And we lost Michael.
Yeah, we lost Michael.
Okay, sorry.
No,
My phone got knocked down.
all right. Well, Michael's not coming back. I don't know. Is there a topic of interest that anyone might want the group to discuss?
Have you ever heard of antinatalism?
Anti what?
Antinatalism.
Natalism. Oh, those are the people that don't want to have babies?
Yep.
Okay. I have heard of them. Not much. Don't know much about them. Grant, have you ever heard of antinatalism?
Never heard of it.
Okay.
Well,
Explain what they are, Nadia.
I think that actually not a good idea for really. Well, okay, it's a better way to put it. It's there's a lot of risk to a child and everyone else to have a child, and that risk makes it well, in many cases, if not all, a bad idea to have one. So
What kind
they're
of
kind
risk?
of what's that?
What kind of risks are we talking about?
Well, one, there are 4 different branches. It's like philanthropic, ecological, teleological, and misanthropic. So philanthropic says there's a big risk to the child itself, basically poor life outcome. Bad luck could strike and cast them down into poverty, or some kind of health problem could happen, or an accident, or whatever, make their life miserable. I guess there's also the risk that the child could come out, a bad person himself, like pedophile or a serial killer or something like that. And the ecological considers damage to the environment, competition with other animals. So things like it's going to eat so many cows over its lifetime, so all these cows have to suffer and die for it to live. And teleological is that there's no grand meaning to life and so on. So basically, no ultimate purpose behind it, so no good reason to. And misanthropic says outright that just people are bad. And you bring another one in, it's more bad things than happening in the world. So that's kind of the 4 different things. Almost everyone is philanthropic. There's a little bit of ecological thing. By and large, people mostly kind of deal with it by saying, well, you should probably become a vegetarian. So you get the idea.
Okay, so are you anti-natalist?
No, but I acknowledge that they've made a point, and where the difference comes in is, I think they take the conclusion further than is warranted. So it's like, yeah, people should be more careful when they, do family planning. Probably a lot of times they should decide to wait until they've got their own life straightened out. If they never straighten them out, don't do it.
Yeah.
That kind of thing, pretty basic, not too controversial. In the realm of sanity and so on. Kind of things they go on about with nobody should ever do it. That's crossing a line of absolutism I'm not willing to go across.
Right.
Sorry, I'm back.
By and large, there's enough in common already, though, that I get along with them pretty well. Yeah, he probably has to unblock it again. And he'll block me from my profile as soon as he gets in. If he does it from inside the Hangout, it'll show up in the Hangout and look disruptive. What I'll do is open my profile page on G+, do the blocking from there. Then it has no effect inside the Hangout, but if I ever leave and try and get back in, I'll show up as blocked.
Okay, was Benny, is Muhammad al-Nimari, whatever, is that one of J-Dubs is next. Okay. All right.
Sorry. Actually, I don't know if you went to Abel's recent eugenics hangouts, but there was one where he brought up the topic of IES, iterated embryo selection, to be used to, well, I guess try to engineer designer babies with more intelligence. But I actually brought it up over with the antennatalist, and I think this is a fantastic idea that people should be screening for, like some huge variety of, genetic, hereditary diseases, conditions, whatever, and screen them out, make sure, whatever kid is born doesn't have any one of these ailments, right? So,
Right.
I think that's a fantastic way to prevent suffering for the case where someone's actually going to have which kid. This kind of thing goes on, and so on and so forth. So, and there's some crossover too. Yeah.
Grant, you kind of got the nuts and bolts of what antinatalism is.
Yeah, okay.
Does it sound extreme?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a lot of people that follow that. Is there a large number of people that are into that?
No.
It says something
It's
in
pretty
itself,
small.
I think.
Really? So, popularity contests of ideas or some actual ranking of merit?
No, I'm not saying that at all, but I'm saying generally speaking, if an idea is good or a philosophy is sound, it generally will affect a large base.
Well, now, isn't I think?
Sounds like you just turned around and said it is a popularity contest after all.
Well, Bill and Melinda Gates, aren't they into population control and
I honestly don't know. The only information I can even gather on any of that is internet information, and none of it seems reputable, and it's back and forth both sides, so I couldn't say for sure. I don't have enough info.
My impression of the claims about that are that they're basically some kind of internet conspiracy theory. As far as anyone can tell, they've never actually expressed any kind of ideas about it. No, he's not, because I'm here. And he hates me, like everyone else.
Well, maybe we can figure out a way to broadcast the text conversation, and then we could just not talk.
Meaning, I'm not a friend, and he doesn't want to be in here with me.
Meaning what?
Because I don't think so, Rue. I just want to chat with friends. Means I'm not a friend, so he doesn't want to be in here with me.
Thank you, Joseph. That's very kind of you. Joseph, I have a beard crush on you.
I didn't
as far as I can tell.
get weirder than when Michael was in here, but
Why isn't Joseph in here?
Yeah, I don't know.
Joseph, why aren't you in here? This is just a thought, but if we're gonna go take the hangout outside to the chat box, maybe we should kill the live feed, or else it's just gonna be a bunch of one-sided conversations.
Well, any event, I think they do have good ideas. I think they generally help the real causes along, so on. The end goal is a little bit too far, but there's not a real whole lot of danger they'll be able to, well, take it too far. So.
Were you suggesting, Grant, that we read the conversation out loud?
No, I was saying we're just gonna end up here with a bunch of dead air right now.
Okay.
I was being facetious, but what I was saying is here we are, that was a good 10-minute block right there of dead air while everybody's focusing on what's going on in the text chat out there.
Yeah.
I'm saying, kill the hangout or, let's go on, either or, I don't care, unless you just want to have a bunch of dead space.
Yeah. Well, Reuven can call that.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say Reuven can call that one. And I mean, if there's something to talk about, I'll try and discuss it. But there is the distraction of the other conversation going on as well. So.
Not anymore.
No.
But to segue to, I don't know, a different topic and just try to get this pick it up again. I've been finding myself on the quote-unquote positive thinking end of things in a way recently. It's like, I guess you had an end list. I'm like arguing, no, life is not all suffering or whatever. There's, the baseline is neutral. Some things are positive, some things are negative. Not everybody has a balance. Some people have great lives, some people have shitty ones. And that's, I don't know, at least compared to their idea about things, is quote-unquote positive thinking. And then Rancam last night, whatever.
Hello.
Like,
Hi, Joseph.
Did they tell you that
last night
I had a man crush on your voice, Grant?
I was telling you, I have a beard crush on you. Sorry, Nadia, I didn't mean to
Rancam
interrupt.
last night, no trouble at all. Rancam last night was going on saying, man is totally depraved, inherently evil, and so on like that. I'm like, well, no, I mean, humans are, on the whole, neutral. Some people are, good, some people are evil. Nobody has 0 on either side of the scale, but, some people have more grand total, others have, a lot more on one side than the other, and so on. So, that kind of like, quote-unquote, realist perspective didn't seem to go over very well. A little bit too subtle, too complicated.
So do I look sexy? I have a date tonight, so,
Okay, so he needs some morale lifting here, just to.
No, not really. I'm good.
You're good.
So, do you find yourself more often on the positive or negative sounding, or pessimistic or optimistic or whatever sides of the debate in various topics? Joseph.
Me? Oh, I'm an optimist.
Yeah.
I'm definitely an optimist.
So, can you tell the difference between when someone's like a realist, seeing like, a general balance and, variation and, the good and bad going around, or whether somebody different from that is saying, oh, well, everything's just bad. Can you tell the difference, or is acknowledging any bad just putting it all in the whole pessimist Debbie Downer camp for you?
I think I don't know. People are finicky. Sometimes you can tell, but I don't know. Kick Benny. He's a troll. Benny's not a troll.
Well, sometimes you can tell, but do you think it's hard for you to tell? Do you think the fact you're skewed toward one end of the spectrum makes it harder for you to tell than maybe otherwise?
Wait a second. For some reason, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Let me plug in my headset.
Okay.
Gonna mess up my hair.
So you say sometimes you can tell, but
Okay.
would you say that because you're skewed toward one end of the spectrum yourself, that it might be harder for you to tell between, one step further to the right or left or whatever?
Oh, I see.
2 steps?
Because I'm an optimist, you're saying. Do I have a harder time
Right.
determining that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it might make it a little harder. Just because you are trying to find the good in the situation, I suppose. I don't think
Anybody
it
pokes a hole in that, anybody pokes a hole in that, you might be wanting to peg them on the total opposite end, right?
Maybe. I don't know.
Or it's a temptation. And okay, what about Prescott?
Oh, I'm sorry. On which side of am I a positive, or am I a positive person or a negative person?
Optimist, pessimist, realist, whatever.
I don't know. I think I'm a little of everything. There are times when I feel negative, and there are times when I feel up and feel positive, and there are other times when I just look at the world and I guess it's kind of like Mark Twain. What did he say? Mark Twain. Oh, he said happiness and real. No, how'd that go? I'll never get it. I'm sorry.
Is it about the young pessimist and old optimist?
No, it was about sanity and happiness are an impossible combination.
Okay.
And I think what he meant by that is that if you realistically look at the world, it's hard to be happy because it's a difficult.
If someone say, sure. So someone say, I don't know, pokes holes in things or brings up anything about the quote-unquote tragic or suffering or anything like that. I mean, are you going to? Do you think you yourself peg them as pessimists, realists, or withhold judgment, or what do you do? Or what do you think your tendency is?
I don't know. I mean, just going by just thinking of a situation. I try to be. I try, if the person that is telling me this is connect to the situation that they're talking about, i.e., so if someone is telling me something terrible that has happened to someone in their family, the thought goes through my mind, that this is really crappy. You try to have empathy for what they're going through, which is often hard to do. Because even if we can remember an event that might be like the one they're telling you about, it's not always easy to kind of capture the emotion that you had at the time you were going through it. So it's sometimes hard to be empathetic, so you just try to fake it. You know? And you don't. I've never found myself. It's not because it's a pessimism that I have, but I've never found myself kind of wanting to do the whole there, it'll be all right kind of thing. You know, like patting them on the head like they're a puppy dog or something. And that's always been weird to me. But I've seen other people do that, and I generally don't do that myself. So, but it's not because I lack optimism. Just that the appropriateness in that occasion. But that's not all occasions, I suppose. But that was just with the example.
Okay, so hopefully I've driven it toward a different topic, and someone else can start taking over.
Oh.
Where would you and Grant want to go from there?
Oh, I don't know. I thought Grant's in the room. Aren't you going to ask Grant his opinion, or is that you just going to?
I would. But given that I've spent the past 5 minutes or so driving things myself,
Oh no! Don't do that to yourself. At least finish this off. Finish this off in good form, and then if we think of something else to move on to, we will.
Okay, then Grant it is. So, would you consider yourself an optimist or a pessimist? And when someone approaches you, kind of, poking holes in an idea, showing where it might fall down, or pointing out the tragic and so on, and in a situation, what's your default assumption about them? You say, do you leap to pessimism, or do you make a stop along the way toward say the realist, or?
Yeah, I'm a realist. I'm optimistic, but I'm an optimistic realist. Be the change is kind of, a code to live by in a situation for most situations. But as far as interacting with other people.
So let's say you've got this great idea, someone comes to you and says, sorry, it's not going to work. There's, this massive problem with it. All these people are going to suffer because of it, and who knows what kind of disaster you might be risking to. Where do you see them coming from? Do you automatically think they're pessimist, or there might be some realism in there, or what do you think?
Well, I guess I would have to compare it against whatever knowledge I have of whatever they're talking about to make a decision on that. I mean, I'm not trying to be difficult. It's, example, the rapture is probably going to be happening in the next 5 years. As a realist, I'm going to look at that and go, yeah, okay, well, many generations have been saying that for, many, many years. So it doesn't seem reasonable to me that it's going to happen in the next 5 years. So whether I'm going to weigh in that as an optimist or a pessimist or isn't even going to come into consideration, evidence says that's unlikely.
Well, okay, how about this example? Let's say you say alternative energy is going to save the world. We can fix all the problems with oil and coal and all that with, windmills and solar panels. And somebody comes at you and says, well, we'd have to cover an area of the Earth the size of Russia, where 30 to 40 years behind trying to build this out, and frankly, coal reserves are vastly overestimated. We're already digging into lignite. Petroleum is on its way down. Cantrell is collapsing. Galwar is on its last legs. So on. Oil and coal aren't left to actually do it, and we're so far behind. It's there's going to be a disaster anyway. And on top of that, all the climate effects are going to cause huge hardship on top of that because all the climatological effects are vastly exceeding all the estimates. Okay, somebody comes at you with that. What do you say?
I didn't hear a lot of that clearly. Did you catch that, Prescott?
I'm sorry. I was trying to do some settings on my video editor. I apologize.
It's okay.
I
I'm
can
sorry.
repeat the whole thing.
What's that?
Okay, so I can actually repeat the whole thing. Let's say you say alternative energy can save the world.
Okay, I'm with you on
somebody comes
that.
back at you with, coal reserves are vastly overestimated. Petroleum having serious problems with chemtrail collapsing, Gabbar on its last legs, and offshore finds underperforming, and climatological effects on top of that. Vastly exceeding the worst case projections of all the climate scientists, IPCC, etc. And even beyond that, we're 25 to 40 years behind building out all the infrastructure that would cover a land area that would need to cover a land area the size of Russia to maintain our current power levels. Okay, so somebody comes at you with that. What do you think? They pessimists? They realists? What do you think?
Still a realist. I mean, if there's research to support all of those facts, then, yeah, let's get to work on it. What else can you do? I guess I'm missing the nature of.
Well, it's kind of
as an example, so where someone, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Grant's answer is kind of consistent with how he lives, like he's into permaculture. So, like he's just trying to be realistic about life and all that. Like just that his behavior seems to be consistent with that of a realist, as opposed to being a pessimist or an optimist, would kind of exhibit unreal or unrealistic tendencies to one side or the other. Would that be correct?
Absolutely correct.
Like, I guess an optimistic person would be kind of like your if you believe that, if you're one of these people that believes that there's some kind of an eschatology or an end times event that is going to rescue us from the apocalypse, then you might have a very optimistic outlook on things that leads to behavior that would include not being concerned about poisoning water and or looking after the environment or all these things, and because you basically are of the opinion, well, it's okay because the my belief about the end when it occurs is going to rescue us from this. And then there's the other side, which is kind of like all gloom and doom, and I would put, in my opinion, I would kind of put environmentalists, a lot of environmentalists in this camp, or certainly the climate change folk, that is kind of like we have to radically change everything in the world, because if we don't, we're all going to drown in the next 50 years.
So, are you like saying that the pessimist would be do nothing, it'll take care of itself? The optimist says do nothing, it'll take care of itself. Pessimists say do nothing, it won't make a difference. And realist says let's roll up our sleeves and get to work.
Yeah, I don't think I said it quite like that.
Yeah, I think, well, the religious optimists are going to follow definitely on that line. There are other kinds of optimists who Well, I think there's going to be work done, and have little or are unconcerned that the scale of it that arises from the quote-unquote natural economic forces is insufficient to address the problem. There's the pessimist side is, of course, do nothing because nothing will help, and then the realist side is, yeah, we need to be doing what we're doing. We need to put more into it, right? And find some way to drive putting more into it. There's some kind of action there. You're right. Everybody else does sit idly by, in a way, but it's a little bit more complex.
Hi, Doug.
Hey, what's up?
Not too much. How are you doing?
Good, good.
That's good.
So, now that Doug's here, Doug, do you have a fresh topic to insert into the conversation? Someone take over and be the conversation
there's
leader.
nothing particularly urgent on my mind. I'm kind of just listening.
John Goodman pointing a toy gun. Maybe start from there.
That's a real gun, by the way.
Okay, real gun. In a bowling alley, I think.
Was that from The Big Lebowski?
Yeah.
I didn't cross the line.
Silver Shabbos!
I don't
Great
think I've ever
movie.
actually seen The Big Lebowski. What is it about?
Basically,
It's about the
This.
dude.
yeah, this guy who's, I don't want to call him a hippie exactly, but he's just a real, he's kind of a hippie, just extraordinarily lazy, likes to smoke weed all day.
He's a surfer dude, but that doesn't surf.
Yeah, kinda. And he
Okay,
shares the
so you've
exact
narrowed
same
him down
name.
to... As
Go
who?
ahead.
The same name as who?
Oh, he shares Jeffrey Lebowski, which is his birth name, although everyone calls him the dude. He shares that name with a rich, older, disabled guy, paralyzed guy, and there's a mix-up. Some people want money from the older, rich guy, but they end up coming to surfer dude's house, and it just kind of all unravels from there. I don't want to spoil it, but it's really funny, and he has some lively friends, and it's a good movie.
So, now as far as like the population of California, what percentage of them would you say are indistinguishable from this character?
Not that many, to be honest. I mean, he's really, really lazy.
Now,
Okay.
Yeah, you shouldn't be stereotyping like that.
Like, for example, he goes into the grocery store in the beginning scene, and he buys like a half carton of milk, and I think it rings up to like, something under $1, and he writes a check for it.
There we go. I'm sold. I'll have to see it sometime.
It's worth watching. I've watched it twice, but it's been a long time since I watched it. I have it here on DVD. But it's a great movie. Not as good as Boondock Saints, but
Yeah. The thing that turned me off about it, though, was the bowling, because I can't really do it. It'll mess up my nails.
that's funny.
And I don't know. We have someone here with a cartoon character, Betty. Okay,
That'd be
and
good.
optics. Neither one of them have mics, do they?
Everybody thinks
Okay.
he's a troll. He's trollish.
Everyone think what?
Everybody thinks Benny is a troll. He's trollish, but he's not a troll. More like a garden gnome.
What distinguishes trollishness from being a troll outright?
I'm sorry, Nadia. What was that?
What distinguishes trollishness from being a troll outright?
Well, just sometimes some small things that people do can appear to be troll-like, but they aren't necessarily trolls. In that, like, one guy was in here one night who was a flat earther. I'm more and more convinced that he's a troll.
Was it Lord Stephen Christ?
No.
No, actually, to put that in perspective, we visited his YouTube channel and several other sites that had space to that individual, and he is no troll.
You think that he is sincerely and honest?
He is authentic.
He's a nutcase, a real nutcase.
I wouldn't say that, but his beliefs are not in line with yours.
Yes, the drunk guy, Benny.
There's a bit more his beliefs are not in line with than just Prescott.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Well, I don't know. I suppose it's always possible. Even as a girlfriend, or at least that's what he says.
He's a good-looking guy. I don't see why he would lie.
Yeah, but why? Well, it must be a new girl because I'm just trying to imagine. I'm just trying to imagine since he couldn't help, like he couldn't talk about anything but the conspiracy theories that he holds to. Like it was like I'm just here to observe, but the first chance he gets to talk, it's like 15 seconds in, and he's off on his conspiracy theories. Like he cannot talk without talking about his conspiracy theories. Like what's a date like for someone like that? Seriously.
Who are you talking about?
I can't even imagine. I'm trying to put that scenario together in my head, and I
I think a date is really easy to imagine. He starts going on about his conspiracy theories. She says she's got to go to the bathroom. Physically doesn't come back.
Yeah, exactly.
I would imagine something that's accepted by so few people, you would probably have to, be far into a relationship before you would start unpacking that.
I don't think that he could. I don't think that he could contain himself, though. I'm just not. Of course, I could be wrong too. Doug, it's a guy named. It's a gentleman named Ryan, a good-looking guy, who believes that the Earth and all the planets, in fact, the entire universe is flat. Well, maybe not the entire universe, but he doesn't think that all the planet bodies in our solar system are
They're
flat.
disc.
Flat as in two-dimensional?
Yeah, like it's a disc. We stand on a disc.
Oh, interesting.
Where's the edge?
And the hard thing to put together is he's not stupid. He doesn't seem stupid. He seems, like a reasonably smart guy.
I just think that I think that he's committed to gaining
An insane asylum?
gaining recognition by being crazy, and I think that it meant that he knew he had to prepare this in advance for other people who would go check his channel and say, "Oh no, he's legit. He's not a troll, but he is a troll." That's what I'm going to go with that. I'm going to go with that theory right now.
Is his screen name Ryan?
I'm sorry?
Is his screen name Ryan?
Yes.
My question is, how can they, watch things descend over the horizon and not figure out the sphere? Come on. It's the same in every direction. No matter which direction you go, Things going away from you. Go over the horizon. It's a sphere.
Horizon,
Which part of that-
horizontal, straight line. It's a disc.
Now,
Which part of this can I not figure out?
we fly in planes, and a plane is part of a planet. That was just it was both experiences that I had with him in a room. It's just very weird. So
Are they biblically motivated?
You just weren't prepared, that's all.
maybe
Drug motivation.
he says that he's a Christian. As he was no, never mind. I'll won't touch that. But he says he's a Christian. But I really didn't see much of an indication. Of course, maybe it's because the conversation never got in that direction to really know whether he really knew anything that would, at least for my satisfaction, prove to me that he was at least somewhat literate about the Bible. Now, maybe Reuven might know a little bit more about him, but
I know a bit about him.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, it only takes 2 glasses of wine to get him drunk.
In other words, you could drink him under the table.
Oh, not a problem. I
I
reckon
should have
I
got
could
more
get-
booze.
Weren't you in the room when he got drunk on 2 glasses of wine?
Yeah, I was, but
Well, there you go. What's that tell you? Can't handle his liquor.
Well, I don't drink, so I have no idea how much it takes to get drunk.
Give it a go and have a test run.
Nah,
Go on, don't be shy.
I'm diabetic.
That's got nothing to do with alcohol. You'll be right. You'll be under my. I'll drive you home.
Is it type 1 or type 2, Prescott?
type 2.
I was going to say type 1, well, you Canadians have it all down. Sir Frederick Banting is the whole reason why we're alive.
Well, yeah, my doctor's not very happy with me right now, but
Do tell why.
just my blood sugar's a little high, and he wants to put me on medication.
Your A1C came up like 16 or something?
No, it wasn't that high. It was like 9.4 or 9.6, which
Oh,
means
that's not bad.
it's not bad. But since it is an average, it means that there are high numbers in there that actually get it up close to 10. So, right, because that averages out your sugar level. So
Yeah.
if you're at 9.6 as an average, that means that
I'm going to get it up right now.
Like, there's nothing wrong with 9
You say
as a number. It's just as an average, it's not good.
9.5 is equivalent to 225. I think mine came up like 8.2, which is 186. And for surgery, I need to get mine down to like 6.5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're a little bit more stringent for type 1 and type 2 for A1C surgery requirements, but still.
Right.
Oh, well, actually, I should. Hang on, let me go to the chart. I'll paste the URL.
Who's Benny Braun? So what have you been up to, Doug?
I just got back from a short vacation in Oregon, visiting some family.
Where in Oregon?
Sorry?
Where in Oregon?
Sutherland area, Roseburg, around there.
Okay, well, I know where it is, but I haven't been there.
Yeah.
I used to live up in Hillsborough, on the outskirts of Portland,
Oh yeah. Okay.
between like 2000 2008. Longest I've ever lived anywhere.
Wow.
Yeah, my numbers
Yeah.
the last two times I was tested were down around. I think one was like 7.2, and then the next one was 8.1. So when he saw the number go up, he was a little concerned that it was a trend, but it's not a trend. It's just life here. Anyway,
Yeah,
I'm motivated
I've
to
got
do my walking and
Hello.
I have no idea what just happened.
Sorry, I'm here. What happened?
I don't know. It's like Nadia opened up the window or something, and so Reuven, I think it was Reuven, muted her, because it was loud.
John May muted her.
I'm not a naughty one.
I heard the noise. I thought a car drove by.
Here we go. Unmute goes on. Here we go.
No, I didn't say that it was wrong.
Sorry about that. I got a Bluetooth reset.
Ah,
Don't get all defensive, John May.
I'm just been
No,
watching
yeah.
Out of Touch Ministries.
you're just doing what?
I just finished watching Out of Touch Ministries.
What's that?
It's the opposite to In Touch. It's a Christian thing that's on TV. There's so much.
You can't help but watch it, though, can you?
I know. I'm addicted to it now. If I'm bored, feeling down and out, I'll just switch over to Out of Touch Ministries. That's the place to go.
See, when I'm bored, I come here.
You got to get closer with Jesus.
I get closer to you guys.
When I'm bored, what I do when I'm bored depends a lot on how much money I've got to do anything with.
Yeah, we know, Nadia. You like going down the bottle shop.
No, that's what I do when I don't have quite enough money. But I guess I have enough for that.
We've noticed.
And it also, it's actually not so much boredom, but stress.
Yeah, I get stressed out too.
Yeah, there's a lot of suspense.
Yeah, there's a lot of stress in my life.
Really. So do you have the decisions coming your way, not made by you, that determine whether you're going to live a life of luxury with your body repaired and so on, or you will die homeless in the street in an agonizing way with your body in a shambles that you will be ashamed to die with. The difference between those two outcomes is what's at stake for me and why it's also stressful. Why is it stressful for you?
Same reason.
Really?
Yeah.
What's wrong with your body that you
It's all broken.
will die so ashamed of it, or will be so relieved by what repair will be done to it?
Physically
I'm
and
sorry?
mentally broken. I'm physically and mentally broken.
Okay, and the money will repair it.
No money can repair it. It's all
Okay,
these
the
people on
difference
Google
is
Hangouts.
here,
Everyone on Google Hangouts have done it to me.
money can fix me, right? So there's a bigger upside for me.
We'll save up the pennies.
Right? Bigger upside means bigger gap between the two outcomes.
And you know the song, Money Can't Buy You Love. You know the rules.
It's not love that it has to do with.
It's the love of your body.
No, not quite.
I see what you're doing, Benny.
You can see what I'm doing.
Drinking Smirnoff.
Isn't that
Yeah, it's
method?
pretty light stuff.
Now you're going to be a bad influence on John May.
Whatever.
I don't think John drinks Smirnoff.
I like method myself. Metho and orange juice.
I'm like 6 feet tall and 190 pounds. This is not
That's
quite as
only
much as I think it is.
You're only 6 foot in high heels.
No, I'm 6'5" in high heels.
Oh my god.
Hey, that's taller than me.
But yeah, I've got a bit of mass to me. This volume will not do that much damage. And for that matter, I am not only of Cuban descent, but Scottish. So, yeah, it's not making that big of a difference to me. Sure, you know, it's not completely effectual, but, you know, it's not like I'm rolling around on the floor or going into some kind of bizarre tirade. You know, I'm still reasonable, whatever.
Who got kicked?
I wasn't kicked. Something happened. It said session terminated and it disappeared so quick I couldn't read it.
Oh.
Yeah, that kind of stuff happens.
It's the first time it's happened to me. Nice drawing, Benny.
I've been on enough, I've seen it. Hi, Art.
Hey Nadia. Hello everyone.
Art's back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sure Art heard terrible things about me all in there.
No, we talked about Arcane. We heard a lot of bad things about Arcane though. A lot of bad things. Yeah, it was a waste of time for me. I barely got a chance to speak.
Who is Arcane?
I'm sure the focus was Arcane, but I have no doubt they took a few pot shots at me.
Hey, what's
No,
up?
really didn't. Well, Arcane. Hey, how you doing, Ozzy? Well, Prescott, to answer your question, Arcane is a Christian presuppositionalist. He has the apologetic of basically using the tactics of proposing difficult philosophical questions to atheists, and when they fail, like everyone fucking fails because it's just a horribly complex thing that all philosophers struggle with. He says, well, God can solve it. There you go.
They're not actually that difficult questions. It's actually the Seitan-Rugenke script with the epistemological and moral regress. So
the
at that point,
argument
to me,
itself,
all you have to do is posit axioms.
I know.
Go ahead.
The argument itself is not difficult to refute, but the questions that he posed, like solipsism, matrix scenarios, they're difficult. Epistemology in general. But yeah, there is a simple way to refute his ass. It's just to ask the presup first. Just ask him how does he know he's not in a matrix, but yeah, that's it. So, what have you been doing there, guys? How are you doing?
We went over positivity and negativity, the Big Lebowski, and I believe something to do with alcohol and one's height and mass and high heels.
We've mostly spent this time pining for you, Art. Ever since you left, there's just been a vacuum here that we haven't been able to fill. Thank you for coming back.
Oh, you make me blush. Thank you.
So, how much do you weigh, and how tall are you in high heels?
Who, me?
And what impact does that have on your alcohol resistance or tolerance?
Wow,
You get
okay.
it really easy when you're drunk.
I think I want to go back to Arcane now.
You do it on the first night?
You'll make Grant cry.
He's probably 6'10" in high heels.
Do you use sex toys at the same time?
Holy shit! Is everyone here drunk except me?
I'm not drunk.
I'm
good for
actually
you.
drinking right now.
I'm not
getting
drunk. I'm
there.
just getting started.
How do you feel about sex before marriage?
That's awesome.
Like I think Grant said, I'm not drunk yet. I'm getting there. I just started.
I'm just having a Crown Lager. Pretty good.
Crown Lager.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know if they have them out in Western Australia though. Might only be specific to New South Wales.
Why don't you buy Sierra Nevada?
It's expensive, man. It's good, but it's expensive, and it has that really high alcohol proof, so you can't drive after you've had one.
Oh yeah, you can. Just don't have two.
I think the limit here is significantly lower than that.
What is it? Ours is 0.08.
Lower than that.
Wow.
Does it change from state to state, or is that just California?
I believe it changes from state to state, but I'm not sure.
I wonder which state has the highest. I bet it's Wisconsin.
I bet it's Texas.
Everything's bigger in Texas, including the legal alcohol limit.
All my exes live in Texas, and that's why I hang my hat in Tennessee.
What the fuck? Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, you need to not do that. Oh, man.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's alright. It's just fucking hell. You're really good at that.
Wait till you hear me do Andrew Dice Clay.
Yeah.
Wow, Tennessee actually does not even allow any beers to be imported into the state that are above 5% ABV.
Really? So that means no Sierra Nevada in Tennessee?
Yep.
Fucking, I'm not moving to
That,
Tennessee.
that eliminates a ton of good beer.
Yep.
Yeah, I highly recommend New York. The city, of course.
You live in the city?
You can get. I used to, and hopefully I will again.
Where do you live now?
I'm in Oakland, California, and with any luck, I'll be relocating to a better part of the Bay Area.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'd like to go back to the Bay Area sometime. So pretty.
I love the Bay Area.
Yeah. It definitely deserves its reputation. Except Oakland.
Yeah, I feel like I fit right in.
Yeah, I can see why. I can see why.
Of course. So,
James, you got any
would you
good
feel-
topics?
Sorry,
None at the
go ahead.
moment. I wish I had some good topics. Like I was listening to that podcast that Rob Beasley was running a couple of days ago, the one that lasted 6 hours straight. It was pretty funny.
That was terrible.
Pretty funny. I like it how his wife gets involved.
I mean, 2 wolves. How big is that going to get? Please.
The 2 wolves.
Gracias, Jesus. What the hell?
You can link every bad thing in the entire world back to Cyrus the Great. It's like the
And
unified.
the Pharisee Jews. It's all a Jewish conspiracy, and he blames these Pharisee Jews who correspond to, is it Ashkenazis or I don't know what?
Ashkenazi.
Yeah.
I think to Rob Beasley, the Persians are kind of like his version of the Jews. Like he's taken this bizarre spin on sort of like the classic conspiracy theory that the Jews run the world.
Persians are his version of Jews. The Pharisees are Jews. It's a Jewish conspiracy. It's an anti-Jewish conspiracy theory. Right. So,
I was obsessed with the Persian.
outright Jew.
Well, he's
got the whole Cyrus thing in there, but the thing is, it's flat out anti-Jewish conspiracy theory. It's like some kind of, oh geez, like the worst of the things that went on to motivate the pogroms and everything else.
He's got that element in it, but I mean, the whole Cyrus the Great stuff in the Persian Empire seems to be very central. Like everything kind of flows back to that event.
It's like the unified theory of the universe.
Unified theory of religious corruption and empire.
The first corruption. The first corruption.
Yeah. So, Aussie, would you say you are an optimist or a pessimist or a realist?
I'd say I'm a pessimist, but ultimately I try to like counterbalance my inherent tendencies towards pessimism with sort of like a degree of optimism. But I always go for the pessimistic sort of thoughts first.
So when you're telling people, peak oil is going to knock out all the industrial capacity, and climate change is going to wipe out all the agricultural capacity, and it's going to be this huge disaster. Someone tells you, when you tell somebody, because you're a pessimist, that peak oil is going to wipe out all the industrial capacity, and
okay, I get it.
climate change is going to wipe out all the agricultural capacity, and it's going to be a huge catastrophe and so on. And they come back at you with something like, it's possible to mitigate, even though things are 25 to 40 years behind the build-out. You can still do so much build-out and try and bootstrap off of it, and you triage or otherwise try to preserve what population you can. How do you approach that? Do you see them as an optimist, or do you see them as a realist?
I think that the best way to deal with sort of the peak oil issue is to treat it as if we are going to run out of oil and make the adjustments necessary. I don't necessarily know if we're not going to like develop alternative sources of energy that will just render the whole peak oil issue irrelevant. But even if that is the case, we should still be treating peak oil as if it's a problem and that we should be adjusting to make the world more sustainable, regardless of what's going to happen.
So when they come at you with that, you're probably going to say they're more realist, or
I'd say that's a more realistic, pragmatic kind of approach. It like considers all potential eventualities and chooses the one that's going to like provide the safest possible, future.
My worry with the peak oil thing is that oil has been kind of manna from heaven for civilization, in that the amount of energy we have to expend versus what we get from it is way bigger than anything else we have right now. I mean, multiples higher. And when it runs out or starts to dwindle, it gets very expensive. No matter what we have, probably it's all going to be much lower energy expended to energy gained ratio. So I think it may not happen suddenly, but I think over the course of approaching that peak oil point, we'll have to suffer some kind of loss of productivity and something like that.
Yeah, I agree.
What I was going to come at you with was the only price of oil that matters is how much of a barrel of oil you have to burn to pump a barrel of oil out of the ground. The EROEI.
Yeah, exactly. And right now it's extremely high, but as that comes down, obviously it's going to be less economical. But if you look at the EROI if you look at that number for other things, fossil fuels is still extremely the best option. I mean, not considering other things like CO2.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think about? What do you guys think about the potential of renewable sources of energy, such as solar and wind? Do you think that they're ever going to be able to pick up the slack of fossil fuels, or do you think they're always only going to be a supplemental source of energy?
I have an answer, but why don't I let Dave go first?
Okay.
Or is it Doug?
Doug. Yeah.
Doug. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't want to make a prediction because I think it's extremely difficult too. But if I had to put my money down on it, I would probably say that we're going to end up with some kind of multifaceted energy economy in the future. I'm talking like not vastly distant future, but somewhat near term.
Okay, but let's just hold on. But if that's true, and renewable sources of energy are going to play a much more important role in sort of the overall energy production, do you think that we're going to be seeing like a big economic crunch? To some extent, we're going to be seeing like a rolling back in living standards and productivity and just general just cheap standards of living as a result of that.
Again, that all depends on the amount of energy we're getting versus spending off of these technologies as they develop through time. If we can get
Not money,
something that,
energy.
yeah, energy. If we can get something that is close to fossil fuels as far as the gain on it, we wouldn't have to really cut back. But it's inevitable that we'll have to if we can't get something that's as efficient as fossil fuels. The problem with fossil fuels obviously being that, yeah, it's extremely efficient, but it has a lot of external downsides. Yeah.
I have different answers. If you care to ask the same of me.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Okay. Restart the quiz, because I've had enough. You might need to refresh my memory.
Ask her your question again, James.
Wait, what was that?
The question you asked me, she wants a recap of it.
Or a series of questions.
What was it again? It was like, do you think that if the world sort of transitions from this predominantly fossil fuel-based energy production economy to a sort of mixed economy, a mixed energy production economy that incorporates like sort of like an equal measure of fossil fuel energy and renewable energy, that we're going to be seeing like a big crunch in terms of living standard? You think that living standard is going to go backwards?
There are a few different points to hit there. Okay, the first one is the fossil fuels will progressively decline until effectively vanishing apart from, like, you know, essentially extracting them for nothing but materials at great cost. And second, the alternative energies are innately lower in ER/OEI than historical fossil fuel extraction. So the net energy surplus you achieve, that is, you have to put so much energy in, like annual maintenance, parts replacement, whatever, for a windmill, and you get so much energy out as output. The difference between that is your surplus, right? That's going to be a lot lower. So what you'll end up doing is you will have to build out the alternative energy sources vastly larger than what is done now for petroleum. Saul Griffith,
what do you mean build out? You just mean build more of it?
Yeah, constructing energy capture devices.
Oh, okay.
And Saul Griffith in Climate Change Recalculated, a presentation on 4.tv, presents the case that a mixed economy, or mixed energy economy, so to speak, with primarily fossil fuel, or primarily alternative energy, clean energy sources, with some nuclear, would require a land area the size of Russia to be covered in energy capture devices or otherwise facilities.
Is that right? An area the size of
that is to power the whole world. Of course, it wouldn't be contiguous. You would spread it out across the world, right?
Is that? Are you saying that that's with the current like energy efficiencies of the current technologies, or because like I've read that somewhere that you would only need like a smallish area to cover in solar panels in order to power the whole world?
With the current technologies, yes, and in a number of respects, the I guess quote unquote optimistic projections of future technologies that might be more efficient in terms of EROEI are, in my mind, unrealistic. And furthermore, you can't really wait for them.
No.
I mean, you're talking about life and death, right? And there's another factor too, which is the liquid fuel problem. The fact that you essentially need a liquid fuel in order to effectively power vehicular transport. Requires synthetic production on vast scales that would consume a great deal on top of what now, or what would just be required to replace our existing fossil fuel affairs, right? So essentially, you're synthetically manufacturing the fossil fuels, like the Nazi oil, right? Syngas, Fischer-Tropsch process, right? That's pretty fundamental. Not a whole lot of alternatives are there. Thermal depolymerization is one, but it's not really any more or less efficient, though the boundaries are so fuzzy you can't really gauge inputs well enough to make a very good comparison. And regardless, you know, you're actually going to be stuck in a situation where you have to manufacture fossil fuels synthetically, and you'll have a huge energy load on top of just maintaining current baseload production. So it's pretty nasty. Nuclear can help a lot with baseload, and you can put peak load, or otherwise make manufacturing processes, you know, vary in their consumption or whatever by availability of peak load sources like wind and solar, and you know, at that point, you know, you're resolving some of the peak load versus base load issues. But yeah, it's pretty far out. And I should also point out coal, as per Heidenberg's blackout, is vastly overestimated. So there's trouble there, although it's delayed by, I think it was estimated like 40, 50 years behind oil. So you can see it now in terms of the distribution of the coal qualities, right? Anthracite is gone, but bituminous is you know, dwindling and relatively rare. So bituminous is kind of dominant, and lignite is even creeping up, right? Lignite is terrible. So
Wait, which is the really dirty form of coal? Is that lignite?
Yeah.
Black. That's the coal that Australia primarily manufactures.
Well, that's what she's saying, that the real good stuff is dwindling because, you know, that's the low-hanging fruit, and we're having to settle for the low quality.
Is that anthracite? A good one?
Anthracite.
That's the best,
Anthracite, yeah.
That's the main form of coal that the United States produces, right? Like in Appalachia and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
No, the anthracite in the U.S. is gone.
Yeah, doesn't the U.S.
Bituminous,
mostly bituminous or a lot bituminous?
Bituminous and sub-bituminous, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to fly jet airliners or launch rockets into space with battery packs, unfortunately. So yeah, we're going to have to manufacture liquid fuel, and that's going to be a gigantic energy overhead that's going to be imposing a cost on the rest of society, a huge cost, because right now we're essentially getting it for free almost.
Well, my argument is a bit more specific, is that Saul Griffith's estimates on the amount of energy production capacity are underestimates because of the additional load that the synthetic liquid fuel production would impose.
Yeah. So you're saying, in other words, his estimate of a landmass area the size of Russia is too small.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, see, I would say that's a realistic approach, but others would call it pessimistic.
Well, it's a pretty concrete. There's a pretty concrete course of action to take to, like, promote building out as much as possible. We don't really need fancy technology. We have to wait in the wings 50 years for it. Like fusion or whatever. We can build this stuff out. You just have to get around to actually doing it. The trouble is we're not doing it. We haven't been doing it.
No, I mean,
you start rolling out nuclear plants at the same rate China is, and you are knocking down the problem so fast. You might be able to overtake the prior estimates, right? So.
Yeah, I think the problem there becomes political because, I mean, you have on one hand just the temptation of fossil fuels. It's just so tempting. I mean, it's just so efficient. I mean, it doesn't cost that much to get so much energy. I mean, it's obviously getting more expensive, but
What temptation? Keep using them. Just you got to keep building. You got to build out more for the future, right?
Yeah, and the consequences of climate change are in the future for the most part, and people aren't really taking those into account.
With all the misinformation regarding climate change.
Yeah.
Oh, the climate change imposes more overheads. You have to have desalination and desalination, irrigation, and synthetic petroleum-based fertilizer production.
Right, but to everybody, that's in the future, so no one actually thinks about it or even cares about it or even believe in it because they've been misled by all the misinformation put out by the oil company.
It's not in the future. It's happening now.
Yeah,
it's true, but like people don't notice that.
No, it'll be it'll be like the frog in a
in
a kettle that's slowly rising in temperature.
That's the problem.
And eventually you'll go, oh shit, this water's boiling, but it's too late to hop out.
Yep.
That's my biggest fear is people not being able to properly assess the likely future based off of our current consumption of fossil fuels and not taken into account in current policy, and we're going to end up getting slammed with a lot of really bad outcomes.
Well, people aren't frogs, but from the frogs in kettles, there's good news. People have tried the frog in the pot of boiling water experiment, and the frogs eventually do just jump out. They don't sit there till they die.
Now, what would be the analogy for humans on Earth to frogs jumping out of a kettle?
Eventually, it'll get bad enough people actually start moving.
Yeah, I just wonder if, I mean, because there's a delayed effect on the carbon thing, so I wonder if,
that's part of.
I wonder if our reaction will be early enough to prevent massive costs.
That's what frightens me.
I don't think it will, but even if it isn't, we have to do what we've got to do to prevent it from being even worse than that.
Yeah.
That's what frightens me, especially given that you consider the countries that have taken action on climate change in the past. For example, my own country passed a law a couple of years ago that put a tax on the emission of carbon emissions, and then 2 to 4 years later, we've got a new government. Yeah, he's absolutely repealed absolutely every single piece of legislation that relates to climate change. 90% of all funding for the environment and climate change has been completely eliminated by his government. So it sounds like we're going backwards.
Humans are basically shitting where they eat in a big way, and they haven't come to terms with it yet, but they will. When the shit piles get big enough, we'll have to start addressing that.
Excuse me, I'm eating here, so.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah. But I know what you mean.
You don't know what I mean?
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah. Yep, it's pretty scary. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a somewhat Mad Max scenario. I mean, depending on how bad the climatic changes are.
Well, that's sort of like the scenario of the ultimate pessimists. You know, the real doomsday types who are living in their like ranches out in the middle of nowhere, stockpiling tinned food and water. But you know, it's possible that their wildest fantasies could actually come to pass.
Yeah.
Wouldn't call them fantasies, but still, there are reasons to believe that a lot of the science fiction doomsday scenarios are unrealistically depicted, and in particular with like climate change and so on. And you're likely to see serious enclaves of,
Yep.
you know, infrastructure and civilization and so on. That just that there's going to be a lot of gaps in between them.
Yep.
Right. There's just going to be a lot of like piling up of income inequality and sort of the areas of the world in which will still be habitable or reasonably habitable will just become much more expensive to live in due to the increased demand for the land, which is going to price a lot of people out of just life, basically. It's disturbing to think about it.
Yeah.
And you can think about all of these massive unsustainable cities like out in the American Southwest.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Like Phoenix, they're gone, you know? They're already running out of water now.
Yeah, fresh water is already a super
Yeah.
critical issue in a lot of regions.
And we've built these massive, absolutely unsustainable urban sort of like super metropolitan areas in these places that should never have like had not capable of sustaining a large population at all without sort of like irrigation and aqueducts and stuff like that. And they're going to be gone. Then it's amazing to think about what's going to happen to all the people living in those places. It should not have existed.
Just like yeast and brewing, the yeast just consumes all the sugar at an exponential rate, and eventually there's no sugar left, and it all virtually dies.
Really, just capitalism at its absolute worst.
That's Malthusianism.
Libertarians can be taken even remotely seriously with all of these developments. It's just you just look at them and you just think that these people are just leading us to our doom.
Oh yeah, I think they're totally just completely ignoring the external factors to.
They are. It's
Which people?
The libertarians.
And just the laissez-faire capitalists and all of these people.
They just completely turn their heads in the opposite direction of all these environmental problems. They just absolutely do not acknowledge their severity or anything.
Or they'll rationalize them away under the paradigm of their own beliefs. Like, no, the market will take care of it.
The market will solve it. Yep.
No, it won't.
Yeah. Magic of the marketplace.
People, I mean, if history has taught us anything, it's that not just people, but entire societies and countries are more than willing to sacrifice long-term, what's right for the long-term, for the future, for some short-term gain. I mean, that seems to be human nature, period.
True for not true just for societies. It's just an individual tendency which expresses itself at the societal level.
Yeah.
So no one's willing to put away money in an interest account for a rainy day. They might just go to the pub and they'll spend their money on beer rather than to save it for later. And you can't expect people not to do that unless you force them. People just need control.
I am not so sure of that. I think people are a little bit better at financial management than that in general.
I hope so.
I don't know. When I see some of the polls on scientific literacy, it kind of scares me. If people that are proposing direct democracies.
It doesn't scare me too much, but.
I mean, well, for example, just take the United States. If we were going off a direct democracy, we would have completely closed up borders. I mean, just if you take the majority position on a lot of these issues, it'd be pretty bleak.
I am not convinced. I think those are the right-wing positions. I think the U.S. is vastly to the left of current leadership.
Do you think the polls are flawed?
I don't think that you're saying what the polls actually say.
I wouldn't consider myself a technocrat, but like I've absolutely disabused myself of just any notion of populism in the last couple of years. Like I just think that the masses are just idiots, and they should have no say whatsoever in just how things are managed and run.
Okay, so here's an Associated Press poll. Now I haven't looked into how they've done it, but they got almost 90% favored expedited deportations of illegal immigrants in the Southwest.
What were the questions they asked?
I'm gonna look right now. This is just a reporting of the actual poll.
It's someone's opinion on what the poll says. I would rather hear the questions.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the questions are extremely important. Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the actual survey. Okay, so first they asked him, on immigration, how important are each of the following issues to you personally? Immigration, they listed extremely important, very important, moderately important, slightly or not at all important, or refused to answer. Then they asked, overall, do you approve, disapprove, or neither approve nor disapprove of the way Barack Obama is handling immigration? Approve, lean towards approving, don't lean either way, total disapprove, lean toward disapproving, refuse to answer. They asked, which party do you trust to do a better job of handling immigration? Democratic Party, Republican Party, both equally, neither, refused to answer. Overall, do you think the United States does or does not have a moral obligation to offer asylum to people who come to the U.S. to escape violence or political persecution in their home country? Options: does have an obligation, does not have an obligation, or refuse, not answer. So, for example, just in that one, 53% answered does not have an obligation, whereas 44% said that they did. On the one on approval or disapproval of the way Barack Obama is handling immigration, let's see, 59% total disapprove, 40% total approve. Anyway, here I'll link the PDF of the actual survey that they were doing.
What's your opinion?
And you can read the questions and there you go.
My opinion on that last question is I don't think you would ever get an above 50% approval. Because when you ask like a blanket statement, do you approve of this president? They're going to focus on the one thing that they don't agree with him on and say no.
Yeah, and I think there's a general xenophobic tendency that doesn't really carry over to the rest of policy, and you'd have to do a broader survey in terms of the kinds of issues being surveyed about to get a better idea.
Well, just to take the example of immigration policy, I mean, what would you guess would be a likely policy outcome if we were to subject all further policy to direct democratic vote?
Basically, largely continuation of current and perhaps a slight intensification of border control and deportation.
Okay.
Unless you're assuming a greater voter turnout, I would assume the exact same thing.
Yeah. And what about things like science funding? Like, for example, I read a story a few months back about people criticizing that the government was funding research on snail sexuality, saying, "Oh, why are we having the government taxpayer pay for research on snails having sex, just completely simplifying it, not understanding the purpose of it. That's kind of stuff worries me. I just don't think the general public is equipped to make those kind of decisions.
I think there are quite a number of topics where things will not go right, and the fundamental economic topics will at least be to the left of where they are now.
Let's see. It's kind of a I don't even know really how to explain it. A self-fulfilling prophecy. If you never let them have the chance to make the mistake, they'll never know what the right choice is.
Yeah, that's something I've thought about. Like, if you let's say we institute direct democracy on every new federal policy tomorrow, I would think that there'd be some really disastrous laws put in place, but over the long term, I think people would get a better feel for what works and what doesn't work, So yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm still not confident as that it would be better than what we have now, though.
I mean, at least I could blame the people.
Yeah.
Like wholeheartedly if something didn't work. Having the system that we have kind of gives us permission to be lazy and stupid.
Yeah, basically.
And ignorant.
So Nadia, do you see what do you envision as far as effects on living standards worldwide on average if, for example, we don't take seriously the need to build out, as you were saying, these alternative?
I think it's essentially going to be catastrophic, especially for first world. Third world probably won't see much of a difference. Although there's some alternative evaluations of how the structure of the decline might go. Like some core elite in the first world will maintain. A great deal of the first world will then get cast down to third world. Current third world status, and the third world itself will get starved out to the tune of mass death.
Seems pretty bleak.
Well, mass death, etc., is kind of already going on in the third world.
Yeah, but I mean, to have it going on worldwide, that's really bad.
Well,
it'll be like back to putting humans back on the cutting edge of selection.
well, in a way, yes, but largely, I don't know, social or something selection where if you are in with the right people, then born to the right families and so on, you've got it made, and if not, you're
screwed.
in deep trouble.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping these changes will happen gradually enough to where even if we experience a significant loss in living standards, that it will be hopefully, now this is my optimistic side, gradual enough to where it won't be super painful, although it will be obviously noticeable. But yeah, who knows?
Yeah, I think the Hirsch report from like the mid 2000s kind of says that we need to start much earlier to prevent that kind of disruption.
Mm-hmm.
So, kind of like climate change has that big delay.
Mm-hmm.
The fossil fuel problem does too.
Yeah, I read.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I read that I guess we're not even seeing the full effects of even the Industrial Revolution yet on the climate. There's that much of a delay in the cycles of it.
Yeah.
I I always find it funny when someone calls it damage, though.
What do you mean?
It doesn't matter how many parts per million carbon you put in the air. It's not damage.
It's damage to us. It's going to damage
Yeah.
like human civilization. I know it's probably not going to have much of an effect on like the overall health of the planet in the long term. I don't think we're going to end up with like a Venus-like world.
Yeah, we won't. We're not even close to that.
Yeah, I mean that's
No, but you have to consider the potential speed of climatic changes and the probable inability of a lot of species to adapt quickly enough to those changes to maintain a viable population size.
Well, largely, wetters get wetter, dryers get drier.
Right, but the
we already
speed
have
is
the
really
species for
important.
that.
The speed and severity of those swings is critically important.
Yeah, but what I'm pointing out, it could turn over tomorrow. Snap. We already have the species for those environments.
Yeah, but can they get there if they're not already living there?
Well, since they're an expansion of an area that already exists, yes.
I wouldn't be so sure. A lot of climatic factors are extremely finely tuned in regards to like a particular species' survivability in that environment. Like look at corals and their tolerance to ocean acidity. I mean, they're not. There's not a huge range where they can just survive.
Their ability to migrate is also pretty low.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of a weakness on their part?
Yeah, of course it is.
So maybe
That's the
while we're
point.
doing everything else, we should be selectively breeding them ourselves.
Yeah, I don't see that as viable either because I think the ecosystems are so complicated. We just have the most superficial grasp on how they interact with each other that trying to design ecosystems is just bound to fail, in my opinion, until we have a much deeper understanding of all the complexity involved.
I don't know. I mean, once you understand what intakes what outputs what relies on what, that's pretty much all the information there is.
Yeah, but we don't understand that. Not even close.
Like, can you give me an idea of something that we know of, but we don't know what it eats or what it excretes?
Yeah, I mean, just take the zillions of species of bacteria that are out there. I mean, most of them we don't even know exist. We haven't cataloged them. We don't know what they do, what they eat, what their energy cycle looks like. That's just bacteria. I mean, there's tons of stuff. Obviously, the macro world, it's a little easier because we can watch them. But even there, there's in the oceans, especially, there's just, I mean, there's way more we don't understand than we do.
Well, I mean, you have your extremophiles that will survive in extremely acidic environments or based environments, and they'll live off cyanide or they'll eat sulfur. But I mean, what climate change do you think we're going to do that's going to rid the world of sulfur?
Well, I'm not saying that life is going to get wiped out. I'm just saying that our current biosphere could drastically be altered and probably massive die-off of a lot of variety if the climatic changes are drastic and quick enough. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's going to be a lifeless desert world.
My understanding of the history of the planet is that happens. It's almost like it's supposed to happen.
Well, I wouldn't say it's supposed to happen. It does happen, but I don't think humans should. I think that if humans can prevent causing such a thing, it's probably in our best interest, given that our civilization is built on a particular arrangement of ecosystems, and to the extent that those change in a major way, we'll have to adjust also, and that's costly.
Yeah, I mean, the only real detriment to the planet, it basically what happens to us.
Yeah, it's a human-centric view, definitely.
And it's largely in the way of coastal cities being underwater.
Not just that.
Uh-uh.
I mean, we're talking potential desertification of the entire Midwest. I mean, just major, huge changes, you know, where animals that are currently living there, not just humans, are not equipped to survive in the environment that they could potentially become very quickly. That's the worry.
I
And
don't
I'm
know, I
not
mean,
saying that that's for sure going to happen. I'm just saying that it's a possibility, and it's one that we should take seriously. And I don't think it's so unlikely that we should ignore it either.
I don't see it having that much of an impact, actually.
Well, for example, let's say take the Midwest, where or even the California Central Valley, like take those two zones. Let's say over the course of the next 30 years, the rainfall decreases by 80 or 90%. I mean, you don't see that as having a major economic effect?
Yeah, but it's not even being close to projected on that.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're predicting pretty significant rainfall drops in those areas.
Well, how are they doing that? I mean, if the oceans are rising, the ocean will be getting closer to the mountain range, which will be driving the rain farther inland. So how exactly is the rain going to fall?
You're talking about the Central California Valley? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly how they made those predictions. I'm not a climatologist. I'm just kind of reading their reports. So I could find them if you want, and you could look at them yourself. But I'm just kind of going off their expertise.
I would. I mean, I don't suspect you to be able to dig them up right now, but I would like to know the reasoning. Go fly in the face of how the weather pattern works in California.
Let me find. I'm trying to find some of the papers I've read on it.
The progression as it has gone thus far is toward less rainfall.
Where'd we leave off? I heard a lot of dead space.
I'm trying to find some information on the projected climatic changes due to climate change.
Haven't they kind of determined that they don't have a really accurate model at this point? I mean, there's a lot of speculation, but they can't figure in all the factors. And I'm not naysaying. I'm just asking.
Yeah, in the same way that in the same way that ecology is so complex that a model is necessarily imperfect, the same is true of the climate, obviously.
Yeah, but haven't they already tried to make predictions, like for the last 10 years, that have turned out, like, not to be true?
A few have turned out not to be true, but most seem to have been actually underestimates. In other words, the ice melting has been worse than they thought. in the Arctic.
I keep hearing conflicting reports on the ice melt.
Which honestly means they were wrong.
Yeah, that's
which means
right.
basically every determination they've ever made has been wrong.
That's correct. Yep. Like for example, when you look at the local weather channel and it says that 3 days from now it's going to be 85 Fahrenheit, and it ends up being 80, they're wrong. You know. Obviously the error bar is important.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the gravity of the wrongness, though, right? I mean, 5 degrees off 3 days from now isn't really that wrong. However, being wrong by orders of magnitude is being really wrong.
Well, it also matters not just being wrong, but in what direction consistently they're wrong. That's important too.
Well, yeah, but the models and predictions is based off what we know is going into the air.
Right.
Wasn't there also?
So how are we so far off of where the cloud?
Switching of the numbers on some of those models.
We're off because we don't have a perfect understanding of the climate. We have to do our best given what we know.
Yeah. Also, I should point out the projections are not, well, single numbers or single curves. They have error bars.
Ranges. Yeah, they're error bars. Yeah.
And the finding is that not so much it's falling outside of them, but that it's not in the middle. It's toward the upper end.
Yeah, I don't want you to get me wrong. I'm not in on that. You know, oh, it's 97% of all the scientists in the world have figured this out, but you know the oil companies have the real information. That's not the direction I'm going. The direction I keep coming back to is if in fact it's 90% of the climatologists or climate scientists and everybody else are all in on this, that it's already moving beyond the point where we can fix it and everything else, then why is the best solution that they're coming up with at this point in time is to tax it or exchange carbon credits instead of actually, putting any real world, solutions out there?
But the fact is, the human impact on the situation is almost negligible. No study I've ever read includes like the methane coming off the permafrost, which is actually one of the biggest causes for global warming.
And what's causing the permafrost to melt?
Because everything's getting warmer. It was getting warmer before we had things to burn. The permafrost has been melting and putting methane in the air before we had civilization.
That's not true. There was the little ice age. There was the big ice age, and those were big dips in temperature.
Yeah, but now we're not in an ice age anymore, right?
No, we're coming out of one. I think the thinking on it is we're still in the end of it.
Okay, so given what we know about the thermal properties of carbon dioxide, what would you say is the effect of the trillions or billions of tons of CO2 we're putting in the atmosphere every year?
We're like negligible. One part per 400. Is that? What is it? 400 parts per million? Is that where we're at?
Yeah. I'm going to say it's a fraction of a % of the impact that the methane has coming out of the permafrost.
My question on that is, we can offset a huge amount of that just by planting more greenery.
Well, that's another thing to bring up that's not really included in reports. I mean, the ocean's a giant carbon dioxide sink, and whenever we do the studies, we figure out, we should have this much carbon in the air based off what we put in the air. Oh wait, we can't find like half of it. Where did the other half go?
A small tweak to the way we, just handle lawns, for example, would go from a, carbon. What's the opposite of sink?
Distribution?
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever it is, but yeah, like right now. What's that?
Source.
Opposite of sink is
yeah.
source.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, we could change just the lawns alone from a source to a sink by the way we take care of them. And I'm not saying that's a solution to the problem, but I'm saying every little bit, that you can create into a carbon sink goes a long way.
Yeah, all that stuff is potentially very helpful.
You can make gasoline carbon neutral or better by getting it entirely from the Fischer-Tropsch process, the Nazi oil.
What? What was that?
Problem is that the EROEI on that is not very high. Is that right, or am I wrong about that?
Is not high at all, no.
Yeah.
On what? I don't know what that is that you're talking about.
It's a method of producing gasoline that's much more carbon neutral, if you will.
Well,
Take
I don't.
carbon out of the air.
What I don't understand is why don't we go to the permafrost?
The carbon out of the air? Are you talking about when? Oh, never mind.
I was going to say, why don't we go to the permafrost, make giant plants to harvest the methane and other carbon things there, add oxygen, make combustibles, and turn the methane into carbon dioxide? That would have a much bigger impact than anything else we could do.
Well,
I'm just trying to read up on the methane thing because it would just astound me if climatologists have ignored that.
there are reasons why I think capturing the methane from there is too difficult. Like it's too thinly spread. But that said, if you could capture it and use it as feedstock for Fischer-Tropsch, you'll be pulling out like 7 or 8 carbon atoms for every octane molecule you'll produce from the air. And at that rate, you're doing pretty good, especially when you lose quite a bit of the carbon you are sucking out of the air to, well, the solid things you would make plastics and such out of.
I mean, the few people that live up there go up there, they basically shove a big metal container around some soil, they heat it, and then power their houses off the methane.
Here's
just like
like
farmers do.
a zillion papers on the permafrost thing, by the way. Climate papers.
There should be.
Yeah, so it's not something that they're ignoring at all.
No, the whole entire thing they are. They don't include it in any study I've ever read.
Well, like, for example, here's one saying that thawing permafrost and the resulting microbial decomposition of previously frozen organic carbon is one of the most significant feedbacks on climate change.
Yeah,
So I don't think they're even minimizing it or ignoring it at all.
Yeah.
They're all saying this. All these papers, I just did a first search, they're all saying it's one of the biggest threats of climate change.
And that's my whole point. That's my whole point.
Hold on a second. Neil deGrasse Tyson mentioned this effect of methane in his Cosmos, so it's a well-known thing.
Yeah, that's my whole point. It's never included in a single report that mentions the human impact on the climate.
So you're saying it's not included in the UN report?
It's not included in the UN report.
Alright, I want to check on that. It's not that I don't believe you, but I would be amazed if it's not, given that there's like literally hundreds of papers saying that it's one of the major factors.
You should also look up in the UN report where they took their temperature measurements from.
Yeah, urban areas, is that right?
Yeah. Which I'm sure you know is actually constantly hotter than the surrounding area.
Of course, yeah.
Nothing the UN does surprises me.
Yeah, I mean, here's something right from the UN talking about the methane release from the permafrost is one of the biggest threats.
Yeah, now go find the report. What's
the actual name of the report? I don't remember.
I don't remember it either. I just remember it specifically doesn't cover it because it only talks about carbon emissions. That's the whole subject matter. It's only carbon emissions.
Alright, here's the actual report. Section 8.7.2.4. There's an entire section on the methane hydrate instability permafrost methane. Now, whether it's a factor in their mathematical model, I don't know, but it is mentioned in the report. It's got a whole section.
But is it the report that they put forth to decidedly lower carbon emissions? Is that the report they're basing policy off of?
Well, as far as I understand, the policy recommendations of the IPCC are strictly lowering agricultural methane and other greenhouse gases and limiting carbon dioxide, atmospheric carbon dioxide. So I don't think they made any recommendations in regards to what we should do about permafrost methane generation, or even necessarily what we could do about it. I mean, because what's happening is the soils are melting, and now the bacteria are able to go in there and decompose organic matter that's been frozen for thousands and thousands, maybe millions of years, and that's releasing shitloads of carbon. So I mean, I can't think of anything that could.
Well, it's not really releasing carbon.
I'm sorry, methane. Sorry.
Yeah.
It is releasing carbon too, though. It's got to be. But yeah,
Well,
methane is the big factor there.
Carbon.
I mean, I think going up there and setting it on fire would be better than letting it doing nothing about it.
Can we set it on fire?
If we could find a way to do it, it would be a better solution than doing nothing.
I don't think you can set it on fire. There's not enough concentration of it to make it combustible.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I don't know. I mean, all you gotta do is heat it.
I mean, because if
Well,
someone went
it's
out
not
there and lit a
harvest.
match, it'd already all be on fire, right?
I mean,
Or a lightning
it's
strike
been known
would-
to happen. It's been known to happen to come across a methane-rich pocket around a farmer's yard where he's used to have a compost pile and cause an explosion.
Yeah, but we're talking millions and millions and millions of acres of permafrost. We're not talking isolated pockets. I mean, it's so dispersed, I don't think you could actually light it on fire.
It's not like you're using the wrong. It's not dispersed. It's widespread and dense.
Yeah, but it's it's not. It's diffuse.
I don't know. Like the whole permafrost is almost.
I mean, think about it. If it was so combustible, any lightning strike up in that region would light it up, would light the whole thing up on fire.
No, because fire goes off temperature.
Yeah,
If
it
was
goes off
still
temperature
cold-
and.
If it was still
Whether-
cold, you would not get a flame.
Well, it's not just about temperature. You need to have the right concentration.
Oh no.
It's like gasoline engines. You can heat it up as much as you want, but if you don't have enough of it,
And I think you actually need a flame too. Is that right?
oh yeah, that's, of course.
Yeah.
But even then, unless it's concentrated enough to provide a good mixture of air, that is oxygen, and the fuel, you'll have hard time lighting it. It's like if you pour a gasoline on cement, for example, and you try to light it, you will have a hard time also. It's in specific concentrations.
Yeah, or like when you're barbecuing with charcoal, you can literally spray lighter fluid directly on red hot coals, and if there's not a flame, it'll put the red hot coals out.
Right.
Because it's based on temperature, not suffocation, though.
Well, both things have to be right in order for you to get combustion.
It's not inherently the flame. It's that it's hot enough to have a flame that causes
Right.
it to ignite.
Yeah, I'm saying that all those factors have to be present in the proper amounts to get the combustion.
The idea is if you could make a situation where something is that hot but doesn't have a flame, it would still ignite the lighter fluid.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, if you took iron and heated it up to flame a point for wood, it would ignite lighter fluid.
But it would also have flames coming off of it, igniting oxygen around it.
Because the burning temperature of iron is higher than that.
Higher than the combustion temperature of oxygen?
Higher than the combustion temperature of wood.
Now, what about the hot coal? I mean, you can get hot coals that are extremely hot, and you can just douse them with lighter fluid, and they put out.
But they're not higher than the combustion temperature of wood.
Yeah, I think you need both factors there. You need a flame and enough temperature to have a self-sustaining reaction.
I can guarantee you don't.
Well, anyway, how would we get the permafrost, enough of it, to make this worthwhile to a temperature that's high enough to have a self-sustaining reaction to where we could light it all on fire and burn off all that methane, convert it to carbon?
Well, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, that was over-exaggeration saying that burning it is a better solution, because if it was possible, it would be. You would really have to go up there and put basically a bunch of fermenters.
So don't you think, given the implausibility of dealing with that situation, that we should focus our policy efforts on things that are within our control?
No, because it doesn't matter. I mean, if we produced zero carbon, it would not stop it.
But couldn't it be that the carbon we're producing is... Okay, so you're saying that we've already, whether it was us or not, a chain reaction, in a sense, has already been...
Well, it goes even farther than that.
Motion.
Even if we didn't exist, this would still be happening.
You're saying it's a runaway process already?
Yeah, it's inherently a runaway process.
Okay, well, if that's true, then who gives a shit? We're all fucked.
Except for we could technically try to get rid of the methane.
But how can we do it in a cost-effective manner to where we don't have to all eat yams?
That's the problem. Cost-effective. I mean,
yeah.
Being cost-effective doesn't mean it's impossible. It just means we're not willing to do it.
Well, obviously, the cost is a factor in every decision.
Yeah, but the problem in working out cost-effectiveness is how much is a person's life worth? Does that get included into the equation?
It's got to be, yeah.
Okay, then I think it doesn't matter the dollar amount you can come up with.
Really?
Yeah.
You're saying a human life is invaluable?
No, not even just one. Like, let's say if you want to say someone's worth $100,000, and then you look at how many lives will be destroyed and misplaced, and how much property damage will be done, put up against not doing it, I think it's pretty clear of what choice to make.
Doing it.
Yeah, the right choice would be doing it, even on the cost-effective scale.
Yeah, I mean, purely economically, if I can see that, but I just don't see it happening, because humans are emotional, not rational.
But the problem is, I'm all for, I'm for reducing carbon emissions for as low as possible, because there are other health hazards to have.
Sure, yeah.
But I mean, like I said before, I mean, you could reduce it to zero, and it won't stop anything.
Okay. No, I'm not saying I doubt you. I just don't know enough about it. But are there links or resources you could point me to where I could read up on the claim that it's kind of already a runaway process in regards to the methane problem in the permafrost?
I mean, you could just read up on the ice age cycles, because that's what the ice age cycles are. They're all runaway processes, swinging back and forth.
Okay, I will read up on those for sure. One of the things that I keep hearing too is that the current heating trend is uncharacteristically quick. Have you heard anything in regards to that? Is that correct, or is it exaggerated?
I would say I don't know if it's. I mean, it's never happened as quick as we think it's happening now. But there's been a trend in during each warming period of the previous ice ages that each time the warming happened faster. So it's
I was just saying
semi-suspected.
it gets quicker and quicker.
Yeah, it's semi-suspected, but it's never been as fast as it is now.
Okay. So based off what you told me, I'd say you're a pessimist.
I'm a pessimist in the short run.
In regards to climate change, yeah.
I think I find it hard to believe that we would die because of the climate.
You mean humanity or
Yeah.
you and me?
Humanity.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen either.
Like even if it comes down to to us digging in the ground and living under Earth because the surface is barren, I think we would still survive.
Yeah, I don't think humanity. I just the thing I'm worried about and whether or not we control it or whether or not we can have any significant effect on what's bound to happen. Setting that whole issue aside, my biggest worry is, the cost of living reduction, and how quickly that happens. That's my kind of fear. Or not cost of living standards. Sorry.
I mean, there's lots of shitty things that's probably going to happen between now and wherever it ends up.
Yeah.
I mean, like New York going underwater. I mean, that's not going to be fun.
No, and it seems like it's going to happen. I mean, would you agree with that?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, but when we built cities, I mean, honestly, if we were paying attention and we kept good history earlier on,
we would know not to have built there already. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because that's where a lot of our cities are. They're underwater already.
80% of the world's population on the coast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's just us building in disregard for our environment.
Now imagine the economic costs of relocating 80% of the world's population and the connected infrastructure. And there's a picture of climate change. Leaving aside the issue of whether or not or how much humans have contributed it and or can mitigate it or not.
And ultimately it comes down to, I mean, our contributing to the factor. I mean, we're contributing time to the thing.
Yeah.
I guess the removal of time, because that's what the ice ages were, going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
So at best you're saying we're speeding the process along.
I mean, I don't know if I would want to use the word at best, but I think at most we are just speeding the process along.
Yeah, that's what I should have used, yeah. What do you think of all that, Nadia? I think she's too concerned about eating her brownie.
I am curious, because they're building that one. Have they started that yet? That floating city?
Oh, I don't think they have, but I know there's been a lot of talk about it.
Yeah, I know it's going to be a private fun thing. But
The one thing I'm thinking about is like, what is going to be their major economic export? Because they're going to have to have some form of production, whether it be material or intellectual, that they're going to be able to export to make it viable, right?
yeah, actually, I mean,
Because they're obviously going to have to be importing a lot
salted
of stuff.
fish.
Yeah.
I suppose they could always take over entertainment. be the biggest exporter of entertainment.
Yeah, maybe like tourism. Although that would be kind of weird, I guess.
I think they can make it work. I mean, it wouldn't be as easy as just having a city or a country next to a good giant mountain full of copper. But
Yeah. It'd be kind of neat though to build up a city of just a bunch of like derelict oil tankers and shipping vessels kind of strung together. Make a giant city out of that. I mean, it's definitely viable.
I think it's off the coast of California. Ever heard about the guy that has his own island made out of soda bottles?
No, I haven't. No.
You should look that up because it's hilarious.
Is it Big Island or is it just like some little raft?
I guess I've never seen a picture, but the articles I remember reading, it's big enough to have a decent sized house on.
Oh, bottle caps. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, he's got like they're all contained. And he put soil down and built a house on it. Wow, that's crazy. It's like soda cans and plastic bottles as floaties, kind of.
And I remember laughing at it because the government was trying to tax him because he was in federal water.
Yeah.
But the state wanted to tax him because he was off the coast of California. And it's ending up he's not paying any taxes because they can't decide who has the right to tax him.
Mm-hmm. Well, he could just go a little further out and be in international water and not have to pay any tax. There's a picture of his island.
Yeah, that's a lot nicer than I thought it would be.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
I wonder how stable that thing is. Like if a storm came.
It looks like the walls are cloth, at least on the second story, so I imagine it's got quite a bit of flexibility to it.
No, I was meaning like, how much does it wobble with the water?
I imagine it probably shape of the wave, you know? I don't know, though. That would have been, I think, well, I don't know enough about sailing vessels to make a determination on that. I kind of envied the guy, actually.
Now, if you can only make big enough to put a food forest on.
I'm telling you, if he would have gone in a grander scale.
I don't know if he could maintain a grander scale, because if I remember correctly, he did an equation. He has to replace the bottles underneath his island at a certain rate because the salt water deteriorates his bottles.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a more permanent solution for, flotation.
Yeah, buy a houseboat.
I like the island thing instead of a boat. I think that's unique.
Now if you had enough money, you could always go out on the shelf and just shove giant, like stainless steel pillars into the ocean floor or into the shelf and put a house on top of it. Or maybe you can even just buy an old oil rig.
Yeah. There's one of those off of, Gibraltar that is its own nation.
Is that the Indian one?
I'm not sure.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a drink.
If California was a little bit more hospitable to, people in the permaculture community, I would have retired down there by Slab City, where all the weirdos are. Greened up a little bit of the desert, put in some swales, started an orchard. I would have had a little oasis out there in the desert.
Wow, it's way too quiet in here. Someone say something.
It was creepy quiet. Cerberus,
Huh?
if you're walking through the woods and you happen to look down and see a watch, you realize that a watchmaker created the watch, correct?
I mean, if we're talking in reality, yes, the watchmaker did make a watch.
I'm sorry, it would be funny for me to even try that argument on you. I make myself laugh.
Oh, but we got nothing else to do. Try the argument.
I don't even, that's as much of it as I know right there, to be honest.
It's
I never got into the whole philosophy, any of them. Not that they didn't make any sense to me. It just seemed like, let's just keep renaming things and redefining things until eventually, no matter what you say, seems to have some sort of, craziness.
the argument basically has two parts. It has the assumption that if something exists, then it had to be made because everything we see that exists is made. And it also sort of makes the argument that it uses the watch because the watch is supposedly complex, and so then they kind of use that as a analogous to like what they would call irreducible
Complexity.
Yeah.
I've heard the irreducible complexity argument in the trial. I watched all of that.
Yeah, then the scientist walks up and is like, no, see, we have like 10 different phases of the eye. Here you go.
It was on the flagella, on something or whatever. I forget. It was the trial for intelligent design and Kip Smiller versus whatever.
Oh, you mean the one that was for getting it in the school?
Yes.
Yeah.
They had the irreducible complexity argument in the courtroom on that one.
It's funny because honestly, the pro intelligent design argument is so unattached to reality and so simple that you don't actually need a scientist to refute it.
Are you saying 3 dentists from Texas aren't good enough to go up against the National Academy of Scientists?
I'm saying a lifelong studier of intelligent design, being the foremost expert on the planet on the subject, would have trouble going up against someone that had a week to study.
Have you even read Up Pandas and People? It's a brilliant work.
I've never read Pandas and People.
I can't remember. It's Kitzmiller versus whatever school board. You know, I honestly had no real working of the argument when I saw that movie. Well, the documentary, I guess. But yeah, you're kind of right in the sense that it didn't take a lot of research to figure out what they were actually talking about and get down to the nuts and bolts of it. No, it's a fundamental understanding that I have at best, and I'm sure there's a lot more to it. But I see where you're coming from with one side of the argument versus another. It's Mike Tyson fighting a child.
Yeah. It's just the child spent its whole time studying one thing. I don't know. I think your analogy was better than mine. I'm not all the way awake yet.
I like hearing arguments, you know, against evolution or anything in that area. I just would prefer to hear one that isn't couched in, well, Darwin said back in 1859 this, or quoting from a textbook in 1971, and just not taking into consideration any of the, you know, forward move of science since then.
Well, I mean, it's an oversimplification, but you could sum up basically every argument for God in 2 categories, which is God did it because, and leave it at that, or we don't like what you say, so God did it. And it kind of shoots the intelligent design persons in the, they shoot themselves in the foot because they're basically Judeo-Christian. They're arguing the Judeo-Christian version of the story. And
I just wish that they could argue the whole, you know, evolutionary thing on science alone. Whether it's from whatever worldview it is, I mean, you can't approach it and say, you know, the Bible says this, so it has to be. You know, okay, well, if the Bible says that, then surely we can find something in nature that will refute, you know, this other theory. I wished it would just be argued on scientific merits from both sides.
But one side can't have a scientific argument because the one side's incapable of producing any empirical evidence. I mean, they got a bunch of soft science like history, which is, I mean, even for history standards, is kind of iffy. And a bunch of eyewitness testimony saying God spoke to them.
It's just the fundamentalists that have a problem with evolution, yes?
Yeah, I think that's safe to say.
and they're a minority amongst Christians, if I'm not mistaken.
It's hard to tell because the fundamentalists are the loudest.
Yeah, they have the loudest voice, obviously, yes.
But that doesn't mean you can't be a quiet fundamentalist.
Fair point.
The fire department's being attacked by fruit flies.
You need, do you have trees outside?
Not close to the building, no.
What state are you in? Illinois?
Yeah.
You need bat boxes. They're
For
like
bats?
Yeah, they'll live in them, and they'll patrol your area at night.
Oh, we have bats.
You need bat boxes. If they have a close by place to stay, they don't keep traveling further away.
Damn it. The problem, they're inside though, damn it. I think someone left some not good food in the garbage too long.
In that case, you're gonna need napalm. There's no other way out of that situation.
I could go bring all the bug zappers inside.
Sorry, my speech is falling apart. I'm out of coffee and I'm falling asleep.
Didn't you go to bed, or did you just stay up?
No, I sleep at night. I'm a firm believer in sleeping every night.
Oh, poo.
Good night, Dwayne.
What?
I said good night.
Mr. Johnson, you have a wonderful evening. It was good talking to you today.
Yeah, me too.
It was a good chat.
It was. Thanks. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. And the rest of you, have a good evening.
What are you going to? Okay. Let's see. Start this puzzle. There we go.
Yeah, I might as well bow out here. Just got a few more things to do here before I go to bed myself. And I'll make room in the room for some talkers. No, now that Michael's here, I can go.
You don't need to leave.
Oh no, it was perfect timing. I was just waiting.
No, don't leave.
Someone with the caliber of your character is needed in here.
It's the bonding, the beauty, the joy. Can you hear me better right now?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh, good. Good. It was horrible before, so I had to leave. But I did talk to some other people. It was nice. Hey, there's John the Diaz, and there's J Dubs, and yeah, all right. Looks like Sybaris, and but Prescott, it's not the same without you, man. If I don't if I don't see that flag on your forehead, life is over. Do you have to work tomorrow? Like in a couple hours? Is that why?
No, I've just been up for a very long time, and I'm just finishing up a couple things here on the computer, and then I'm going to.
You've had enough.
Yeah.
You've had enough. You've given enough. There's only so much. You've got to replenish the well.
Yeah.
And let that.
I
Go
think
ahead.
I think I've been on. We're probably pushing it close to 13 hours on Hangouts throughout the day.
13 hours?
I'm guessing.
Oh my God! Wow.
Yep.
Wow. So what have you learned? What epiphanies have you?
Well, I've actually changed my mind about a few things. I think the Two Wolves is a true story, and I don't know that a third wolf is going to improve on the story or not, but damn it, we're going to give it a try. Of course, I don't think we're going to convince Rob of that, by the way, Cerberus, just so you know. And I think once Rob gets away from you for like 5 minutes, he's back into his old ways.
But you have a deep love for the wolves. I feel that.
For the wolves?
For the wolves, yes.
Oh yes. They make lovely rugs.
You're all about the warmth. I feel the warmth from you.
I am all about the warmth.
Oh, someone's been removed from the call. Okay, that's nice. So how are you doing, John the DS? Is he there?
Yeah, he posted something in chat. I thought he came in so he could sleep.
What's up, Michael?
Hey, buddy. I just wanted to hear your voice.
Did you bring your pillow, John?
I got my pillow. I'm up now. I had a nice nap.
It's like seeing the sunshine in the morning, right? You need that.
Is it me or is Michael breaking up?
It's Michael again. What's the deal with your internet connection, Michael?
I don't know. It's really bad today. I'm so sorry. I'm going to let you guys go. I'm sorry I'm driving you nuts tonight. But we will connect on another day.
Yeah. Why don't you call your internet provider and tell them that you're getting all kinds of when you make a connection, it's good for a bit, and then it just starts breaking up.
Yeah, it's not good on your power. All right, guys. Good night. Take care. I'm going to call it a night. Good night, Preston.
Oh, before you go, I want you to think about.
Good brother.
I got something for you to think about. I want you to decide exactly what caliber of character do you have.
Oh, say that again, Cerberus?
I want him to decide exactly what caliber of character does he have. Like, is he a 50 caliber or like a 22 millimeter or a 20 millimeter? I mean, or.
You got that, Michael?
As a gun? Yeah, I'm not a person of weaponry. No. I'm a man of peace.
We're Canadians. We use our guns for clobbering seals.
Yeah, I'm not into guns, but I hate
baby seals.
Baby seals. Sorry.
Well, I mean, caliber is a measurement. Caliber is a measurement, whether you're using it for a gun or not. So.
Now, are you giving a?
It's just something to think about. You don't have to answer now. I missed that. What was that?
No. not done.
Was that a sentence? I don't know what you're saying anymore.
What was that?
Well, what was what?
I heard some weird breathing going on in headphones, but that's all I heard.
It's a bunch of noise I'm hearing from Mike.
That is.
Did I make noise?
No.
Scott. Oh, you're Sky Daddy.
Wow, Michael, you're breaking up more than usual.
I don't suppose you've scanned your.
Did I scan my who?
What the hell's going on?
Yeah, am I missing something here?
No one's talking. Damn it.
All right.
That's what's going on.
Someone asked me half of a question.
I've been flapping my lips ever since I've come in here because almost no one else is talking.
Just flapping your lips about nothing, or were you the one that asked me half of a question?
Did anybody check out Redline's?
Well, hey, scientists have discovered.
Wait, did you just hear Brother John talking inside?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Did you hear Cerberus or did you hear Brother John talking? Okay. There's
Check out
actually
Redline's
something going on. I don't know what it is, but people aren't hearing each other.
Yeah, there's something going on. Damn it.
Am I breaking up now?
I think there's some lags in there.
I'm hearing you just fine. Yeah.
I hear you, Cerberus. I hear Sky Daddy. I just heard Prescott, and I know that Michael was breaking up.
I didn't even know you guys were dating.
And Michael's breaking up like some.
I'm reading. Okay, I'm going to post this link. Apparently, we are all screwed in the year 2880.
I think we're kind of screwed now.
That's the asteroid, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I think it's just lag. I think that's what's happening here. I think fucking Google Plus is having lag issues.
Yes, I think you're right.
Did you just hear what I said?
No.
Okay, Jesus Christ. Whoo, you're a son of a bitch.
Yeah.
2880.
No, John, right now. Right now, John.
Why now? Why am I screwed now?
Why not?
Well, I won't be screwed back. I won't be screwed in 2880 because I won't be me. I'll be something else.
I mean, all of us. We're all fucked now.
I'll be something else in 2880. Or someone else.
So you have to be an optimist. Maybe between now and the time you're going to die, they discover how to live forever.
Or just be someone else. Yes.
Hey, hello, everybody.
Who's this? Is that Frank?
Hey, Frank.
There's a good question. If you could live for as long as you wanted to, damn it.
I think about
If you guys could live for as long as you wanted to, how long would you live?
I'm sorry, Reuven. Shalom, Reuven.
I would probably live for about maybe like 10 billion years.
Well, okay, I'm assuming there's an upper limit because of universal reasons. The death of the universe might get in your way.
I was pretty depressed as a child. I think if I could have lived as long as I wanted to, I think it probably would have been about 7
Actually, until everything's gone. That's what you're going for.
Yeah.
I personally think that would drive me insane.
Excuse me.
I definitely would hate to live forever. That would be hell, pure hell. I can't imagine any existence that would be good to have for eternity.
Well, it's kind of like being rich. They keep telling you you'll be miserable, but I think most people would choose to try it anyway.
Yep, and they're miserable.
Now, I'm thinking.
Doesn't stop them.
I'm thinking about 1,000 years. So every year, I can go out and take a picture of a sign of someone holding up the sign, "The end has come."
Excuse me. Hold on. Who just said they wanted to live for 10 billion years?
And that was a long fucking time ago, dude.
No, I understand that. I'm just
Oh, okay. I'm like, that's a lot of lag.
Well, okay. There's a problem because Cerberus got booted, Doug got booted, John got booted.
Did they?
No, Serb didn't get booted. He's back in the room.
Oh, he came back in, but he did get booted. Or
yeah, I think we're just having lag issues with the site, man.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a hate thing going on. Well, yeah, I think I'm hating Google Plus right now.
What? Oh, see if Doug comes back in. But I thought it was Doug that said he wanted to live for 10 billion years. Wasn't it Doug that said that?
Might have been. Is that you think that's why he left, because he wanted to be alive for 10 billion years?
Well, no. I was just. I think that he also said that he thought it would be pretty crappy living forever.
I think it would be kind of cool to get to see the what like the heat death or whatever, you know.
The who?
Well, like, you know, like when the sun burns out.
Oh, okay, okay.
I also think it would be kind of cool to see, like, you know, the birth of a universe or something. But you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
to
that would be neat.
experience that would be a pretty lonely thing, right?
Yeah, I think that would be neat. Hmm. I don't. I don't think he's coming back in.
I haven't seen him for a few days. I'm starting to miss that guy. Speaking of starting to miss that guy, how you doing, Green? How you doing?
How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing. I'm doing.
Doing all right?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Doing good. Doing good. Doing good. Just like you. I'm doing good.
Did you take care of that thing for me?
Uh, oh, you mean
No, that thing.
the
Yeah,
thing?
that thing. Yeah.
The thing's done. The thing is done.
Did you get any issues, or do I need to call? The guy.
No, you won't be hearing from, you know.
The guy.
Yeah, you won't be hearing from the guy anymore.
All right.
Well, that's a shame. The guy is nice.
No, the guy was a dick. I think you're thinking of the other guy.
Well, he gave a little bit of problems, but we took care of it.
It's
You know, the
been
guy.
it's been hell. I got sun today. I'm fucking sunburned. I don't like outside.
We could take care of outside for you, man.
You'll never hear from outside again.
Outside won't be a problem anymore, ever again. Uh, so, how's everything? Hey, Sky Daddy, do you sleep?
Not a lot. I just took a nap. I woke up. I think I had like 3 or 4 hours.
Oh, okay. Where's Michael? Is Michael here?
Well, you want to go deeper or some shit? He's not here.
Well, that's the freaking name of the freaking hangout. Go
Yeah.
deeper. I would think that Michael is here.
He was like lagging harder than usual, though. I mean,
What is that, Lagan?
what?
He was doing what?
He was lagging harder than usual. Lagging,
Oh,
break.
lagging. Oh, I thought you meant Lagan.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I've spoken to him for a little bit, but I had to go somewhere else. But I was thinking he would be here, but he said that, he was having issues. But I heard him perfectly when I was speaking to him, so.
Okay, keep that.
Can you see this? You see where I'm, like, on the insides of my forearms? Right on the tops of my forearms, I'm buried.
Did you put lotion?
You know what? That was the problem. It did not rub lotion on its skin. So now it looks like it got the hose again.
Mm. So you didn't put lotion?
It did not put lotion on its skin.
Do you have any lotion in the house?
It has the lotion in the house.
Wouldn't it help if you put something on it? Isn't that what your skin is asking for?
I don't know. I don't want to touch it. I'm not used to having sunburns. I don't really go outside the house much. It's really
Or
kind of a
maybe
weird thing for
maybe
me.
it wants to be touched.
No, no, that's not the case. I'm sure of that.
I don't know. Damn, everything got quiet. Is it something with me when I come in the room, everything just gets quiet because it's been very consistent lately.
It's
Well, there's
called
knowledge.
awe.
Sorry, what?
It's called awe.
Yeah, yeah, he's right. We're pretty much just waiting for you to drop your sage words of advice upon us.
No, man, I have no advice. I need advice.
Well, you don't give it, but that doesn't mean you have it.
No, I want advice. That's why I come here, for advice. So I want to sit back and relax and listen to some suggestions, even if it doesn't pertain to me. Where's John? Where's J Dubs? Where did he go?
Jacobs is he got booted out, and he says that Google told him that I blocked him.
Here we go again. Oh man.
Wait, he says that it told him that you specifically blocked him?
Yep.
I still have him blocked from the other day that, when he blocked me. So, of course, I have no intention of unblocking him. But yeah, I was surprised I was able to get into the room when he was in.
Well, that's why he got booted. And
I blocked him because...
I did tell him that you were in here, and that maybe that's why. And he says no. Google says that I'm the reason. So.
I blocked him, Benny, because I don't trust him. I don't trust him, and I don't want to be around him.
Yeah, we got to start making the movement of no blocks. Free everybody from the blocked zone, whatever that is. We should like sing a song like how they did in wait a minute, who's calling me? Shit. Where's John May? All right, what's
Australia?
Yeah, I think he's got.
Don't say that. I'm trying to forget about that. I saw him here earlier. That's why. Nadia, I don't hate you. Hey, Foxhole, what's up?
What's going on? I was just looking through stuff and hit the call button.
that.
experiencing some ugly lag, so welcome. Hopefully it'll work.
Okay.
Are other
And
rooms
what's
having
up?
this kind of an issue?
This is the only room that's supposedly is having an issue.
Awesome.
So what are you guys up to?
That's a good question. I came here and it was like this, so I'm wondering the same thing.
I'm not sure, but I think only about half the people in here are hearing other people about half the time. That's at least what seemed like when I came in here at first. Now I can't tell if people are just trying not to talk
Yeah,
over each other.
part of the problem is that I think there's some lag, and nobody really knows what the lag is caused from. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I stepping over you?
No, you just proved my point. It was cool. It was cool.
Hey, J Dubs, what's up?
Well, except for I was joking. I just wanted to talk over you.
Hey, Sky Daddy, that expression of that basketball player is the same expression that I have right now.
Yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling at the moment. I'm like,
I'm like, what the fuck?
Things aren't right at the moment. Like, I don't know what it is either. Like, if something was really wrong and I could point to that thing and go, let's fix this thing, but I don't get it.
Yeah,
Actually, I was like that for most of the day.
From what I'm hearing right here, everything seems to be flowing nicely now.
Yeah, it seems to be cleared up.
So whose hangout is this?
Reuven's.
Okay.
Hey, Sky, I cannot stop watching that icon that you have. It's just really hypnotizing.
All right, well, check this one out. This kid, do you recognize this? Does anyone recognize this kid? I'm not certain, but the TV show Heroes, this kid looks exactly to me like Micah from Heroes, the kid that could talk to computers.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Only the best.
I didn't watch enough Heroes. I don't know. I know what you're talking about, though.
I could swear. I was looking for gifs of, people agreeing and people disagreeing, and I found this. I'm like,
Never seen the show.
I kind of know what kid you're talking about. It's been so long since I've seen it, I can't really remember what he looked like.
I heard a rumor that there's supposed to be, like, next year, like, there's supposed to be a spin-off from Heroes starting.
It kind of looks like Beyonce if she had a kid.
Let me see if I can find, I'm sure I can Google images of picture from of that kid. Let me do a screen share.
Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't look like it so much anymore. The actor's nose is a lot wider.
He looks like a old lady from the Matrix.
Whoopi Goldberg?
No, the Oracle.
Wasn't that Whoopi Goldberg? Oh no, it wasn't. My bad.
No, it wasn't. No.
Yeah, no.
Either it was the first one or the second one, but it looks like the Oracle. Oh, that kid's just annoying.
All right, I'll find something different for you.
Yeah.
All right, here's a longer one that should keep you going for a little while.
Yeah, definitely I expected that.
There you go. That's more your speed, right, Green?
Yeah. Definitely Keanu Reeves' best performance ever.
I thought he was pretty good in Point Break, dude.
He's one of those actors that like those like if you ever took a dummy, like a crash test dummy, and you could project yourself on this dummy that has no face. He's basically that type of actor. Like you could put yourself in the movie because he's just really bland.
Did the other guy with him there ever get any other parts?
Yeah, the Lost Boys. He was one of the
Oh,
vampires.
yeah. Okay, I remember that. Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess it was after Bill and Ted.
Yeah.
Hard to remember.
I'm sure he was in other movies too, but yeah.
I don't remember him being in anything. He was in Lost Boys?
He was in Lost Boys. He was one of the vampires.
You know what I watched the other day? The Goonies.
Great movie.
Hadn't seen that in so long. It's good reminiscing.
Yeah, Skydive. That's right up your alley. That's up near Seattle, right?
What?
The Goonies.
It's an old movie.
You've seen it, right?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Where is that place? Isn't that in Washington State?
I don't know where the movie was filmed.
Oh.
You guys ever seen what's that surfing movie? The chick surfing movie, Blue Crush.
I didn't see that one.
They filmed that whole movie on the island of Oahu. I know where every scene in that movie is. What about did anybody ever watch Lost?
The TV show?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was disappointed by that.
My first real date with my wife, I took her to the set of Lost. Went out swimming at the beach there. Pretty good first date. I mean, she married me, so.
So is that where you are in Hawaii?
Not anymore. We used to be. We were there for about 5 years. House.
Yeah, I definitely watched House. I liked that show.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I liked his philosophy of everyone lies.
Yeah.
I believed he was like he showed characteristics of autism.
Yeah, there is a milder spectrum of autism that kind of relates.
Yeah, definitely he kind of displayed it in the show. For me, anyway.
But he was also a, pill addict, so some of that erraticness probably came from that too.
Well, no, definitely he took the because of his condition. Because the guy was in constant pain, and those type of opiates are very addictive. A lot of times, you're not going to be able to even to perform well without, having that substance in you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of his erraticness could come from just, being on being freaking high all the time.
No, but I definitely, I actually think even when he was not on it, he displayed it the same way. There was something about his antisocial behavior that really displayed, those type of, symptoms of, like if you want to call it Asperger's.
It's just wrong to name a disease that.
I know it's so. I hate when like people who actually find a disease, they actually name it for themselves, which I think is very narcissistic.
Was Asperger's actually named after someone?
Yeah, it was his name.
What an unfortunate person.
Dr. Asperger's, Dr. Asperger's.
Painting Dr. Asperger's. Asperger's to ER.
Not only that, naming the symptom.
Who's going to be doing your surgery? Asperger's.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
I have a high faith in medical science, but not today.
I always make the joke, if they didn't want me to, laugh at Asperger's, they shouldn't have named it that. But if the dude's name is that, I guess maybe I can just laugh at the guy that, it was named after.
That's the way of looking at it.
One of the worst names I ever heard. Actually, his name is Dick Army. He freaking goes on Fox and stars like anybody that ever says that, hey, you know what? We just not call you Dick and get you another name? But no, you have to. On the bottom it says Dick Army. That's his freaking name.
Yeah, there's something wrong with his parents. That's all I can say.
You know what? I don't think that's the case because he could have written Richard Army if he wanted to. He could have been Rick Army. He wanted to be Dick Army. I
I don't
think
know. That's not always the case. My family calls me David, and I don't like that name. But it's stuck. I mean, I go by Randy, my wife, my friends, things.
Yeah, but your name is not Dick. That's the thing. It'll be different.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of. But still, I don't know. He grew up with it. That's all. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he grew
And
up
his last
with it.
name is Army. Anybody put two and two together is like, yo,
wants to be
please
called
not
Dick
do this
Army.
to this
That's what I'm
kid.
saying.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
It's nuts. On Fox, out of all places.
I don't know. That's kind of exactly who I would expect to pull something like that. Are you guys fans of Fox?
I love Red Eye. What a great show.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, you know who they had on Red Eye? High on Fire is like one of my favorite metal bands from California.
Oh, how recently was that?
This was close to 4 years ago, and that's the only time I watched Red Eye because that band was on.
Oh.
Other than that, I wouldn't even watch the show.
Red Eye is in the middle of the night. It's on. It's kind of a satirical panel.
Wait, it's satire on Fox?
Is it funny, Prescott?
Oh, absolutely.
Wow.
I thought everything Fox did was satire. I guess that's just a matter of perception. Maybe it's bullshit.
As if you look into my, you look at the left of your screen, no, the right on your screen, it looks like a whole separate conversation is going on.
No, that is definitely what's happening. It's a whole separate conversation.
I'm on an iPad.
You
I can't
smart
see it.
ass.
No, I just showed every bit of interest that I have in that conversation. So what were we talking about?
On the left, I'm talking, and then on my right, my eyes is going towards that direction. And I'm like, yo, what the hell's going on?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
So is anybody doing anything interesting on YouTube?
Don't listen to some heavy metal, like within an hour.
Heavy metal?
Hell yeah.
Well, I meant like, does anybody make videos? Something I could go look at.
Videos?
Yeah.
What kind of videos?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Does anybody like make videos? Do they do stuff?
I
on YouTube?
never made a video on YouTube. I would definitely would like to, but I have never. I think I attempted it once and I failed miserably.
I'd love to see you in a vlog war with someone green.
Well, I do have a blog.
Because as we all know, try once and fail, never try again.
Exactly.
Yes, I love that. Yeah, try once and fail, never try again. That's a great meme.
Man, I never would have gotten laid.
That's too much work, dude.
I botched sex a few times, man. That's try once and fail, never try again. I wouldn't have a kid right now.
Sky Daddy, I keep forgetting that you have a kid.
Yeah, it's wild, isn't it? Like someone did me and stuff.
Is your kid older than you?
Yeah, 3 years. It's fucking weird.
All right, I'm gonna hit the hay. Good night, guys.
Night,
Good night.
All right, Prescott, man. Have sweet dreams.
Thank you. Talk to you later. Bye, let's go.
All right, peace.
He has a calming effect on me. He just he just does. He settles me.
Yeah, it's all of Canada. Anyone from Canada is just really calm, really cool.
I've met Canadians that can irritate me.
There's a whole sect of like the French Canadians that are kind of rude, but for the most part, yeah, I'd say Canadians are pretty polite and pleasant.
Yeah, I'd love to blow your idea of that. I got this homeboy used to hang out on Stickum by the name Epicurious 420. Epicurious 420. Anyone know that name? Reuven, do you know that name?
It sounds familiar.
Anyway, he is a really cool cat, but that dude, he could get angry. He was into, he was going to school for geology and stuff, and when young Earthers would come around, you'd see a fire under that guy.
Had some friends that were up in Quebec, and they, I guess it's Quebec. Is that I guess whatever. No, it's like Montreal or something. Well, one of those big cities up there. I don't really know. But apparently they were asking for directions, and because they didn't ask in French in a French kind of controlled area, they gave them the wrong directions on purpose and sent them off into some other really shitty neighborhood.
That always goes with my theory. It's not really the French people that are douches, it's the language that makes you a douche.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up though. I don't know. I've only been up to Canada a couple times to airports where I had layovers and stuff, but I liked it. I didn't like that they don't sell caffeinated Mountain Dew.
You need to watch Canadian Bacon.
What is that?
One of Michael Moore's first mainstream films.
Oh.
Canadian Bacon was great. It starred everybody. John Belushi. Who all was in that? Everybody was in it.
May have seen it, just not thinking. I don't know. I hadn't seen it in a while, not thinking of it.
Well, the plot is a bunch of American truckers decide to invade Canada, and start a war.
Don't remember that. Seems kind of odd. I grew up with my dad watching Blues Brothers movies and stuff like that all the time. Seems like something I would have seen. I'll have to go check it out.
So, where's Grant?
He's putting Miracle Grow in his fucking garden.
Did he already turn in for the evening? Did he call it quits? Did he cry uncle?
Yeah, he left about 45 minutes ago.
Hey, Nadia, did you talk to Gary at all tonight? You were kind of quiet. Sky Daddy, any chance that we can get the card game going while we're live here?
While we're live? No. I mean, I don't know.
I'm just pointing out that we're live. We're still live.
So, like, we should be talking more. This is not entertainment. Nobody's saying anything.
Yeah, but this Hangout's part chit chat, part troll. We're not doing it for entertainment.
Just to hang out and bullshit.
Why don't you go deeper with that, sir? Go deeper with that. Tell us more about the part hangout, part troll.
It's a troll in the sense that since we're not doing it for entertainment and someone might click on it thinking it's entertainment, they would be trolled. I think I've reached the bottom.
And that concludes Deep Thoughts with Jack Handy.
Deep Thoughts was good. Did anybody remember the name of the guy that did it? It was Deep Thoughts with Jack what?
Handy.
Handy?
Jack Handy.
I'm gonna see if I can look some up. I'm gonna throw some into the room. That'll be funny.
How's this? I got this new headset. How's my mic doing? Is it picking up background noise at all?
Not that I can tell.
Awesome.
Are you fapping in the background?
No, but I'm like smoking and moving around in my chair and stuff.
Yeah, we can't hear your chair, so it's working pretty good.
When you're riding in a time machine way far into the future, don't stick your elbow out the window, or it'll turn into a fossil. Oh, yeah.
It's almost time for my bath.
If you were a pirate, you know what would make you really mad? Treasure chests with no handles. How the hell are you supposed to carry it?
That's a very valid point.
If you're a horse and someone gets on you and falls off and then gets back on, I think you should buck them off immediately.
You know they're gonna do a remake of that movie Hook, the one that Robin Williams was in originally.
That might have been the worst movie he ever did.
You mean they're going to remake Peter Pan again?
There was no. Wait a minute. In the movie Hook, there's no Peter Pan, is there?
He plays Peter Pan.
Yeah. They just didn't call it Peter Pan.
Yeah, Hook was what? Was it Al Pacino? It was someone that you really wouldn't expect.
Yeah, I don't know, but whoever did it, it was awful.
Yeah,
It was the
that's
bad
one.
guy mostly that made it so awful.
You know what? No, I disagree with that part. I would say everything about that movie was awful. I think that movie was bad from its conception. I think that's the worst Peter Pan telling ever, and that can't be Robin Williams' fault. I mean, he never fucked up any movie like that.
I've heard a lot of people talk smack about What Dreams May Come, but I always enjoyed that movie.
Me too.
What about 24-Hour Photo?
Great movie.
Yeah, that wasn't bad. Didn't have any rewatchability, but
I've seen it 3 times.
I just didn't feel like it was something that I wouldn't have sat down and watched it again.
Scott Eddie's making the point, though, that Robin Williams plays a really good psycho.
He plays such a good, quiet dude. That Insomnia movie.
Yeah. Okay, I see your point.
Is Insomnia the one where he's the radio host, or is that a different one?
It's the one where he's like a killer, isn't he? And
Oh yeah, Al Pacino's the detective.
yeah, man. And Al Pacino can't sleep because he's in Alaska for the first time. Well, it's the sun not really going down things bothering him.
Why the fuck is Al Pacino in Alaska?
Oh no, I didn't see
I don't really
that.
remember it. He's a detective. I guess that's where the killings were taking place, and he was chasing the killer or something.
If I lived in Alaska, I'd be a killer.
Oh my God, I love deep thoughts. This is a quick one. If I ever get real rich, I hope I'm not real mean to poor people, like I am now. I love Jack Handy. Oh, thank you for remembering that, man. I appreciate that. I hope that after I die, people will say, that guy sure owed me a lot of money.
Well, that was a dick move.
Yeah, I heard more static than music.
Oh, I wasn't talking about the music.
Oh.
They hid the end of the level behind a secret button.
Oh. Yeah, no one's interested in your game from 30 years ago.
Correction, I'm interested.
Okay, let me rephrase. No one is watching your game from 30 years ago.
Anybody else download Dishonored on Xbox?
I didn't.
It's the Xbox Live free with gold or whatever game this week.
Oh, thank you. I gotta do that.
I thought it was pretty good. I hadn't got very far into it, but
I never played it, but I got gold, so you know. And these Xbox Slims, man, they're huge hard drives, huh?
I don't know. I got that the slightly bigger what was it called? The Elite, the black one with the
Yeah,
million
with like
fans and all
the
that crap.
20 gig hard drive or whatever,
No,
or
it's got
200.
120.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean 20. It's I think I want to say 200.
Mine come with 120.
I'm not sure anymore. It's a lot.
Yeah, I've got, God, I don't know, tons and tons of games on it. Not all those free with gold games are winners, but some of them pretty good. Dishonored's a lot like BioShock in that, you know, you got like a weapon in one hand and then maybe gun or magic in the other. Different theme though. Those remind me of the little blobs from Zelda, like part 2.
Haha! Two are interested in my game. Yeah, they kind of do. The little jelly things.
Mm-hmm. I remember when Zelda 2 came out, and I just thought that the graphics were just the most fantastic thing I've ever seen. And it was a big step up from Zelda 1.
I think the first time I was ever actually impressed by graphics was probably Call of Duty. Like when I looked at a game and said, "Oh my goodness, this almost looks real." That kind of blew my mind.
I don't know. I think there's a couple big improvements that seem to blow my mind, I guess. But the biggest one that I really just went, wow, they are making crazy progress was an arcade game, Pit Fighter, where it looked like photos of people in there fighting. At least it did back then to me. It doesn't look like that now. But when it first came out, I mean, it had some really realistic looking graphics. I don't know. I think I was blown away again when Oblivion first came out, too.
I think the original GTA, well, not the original GTA, not the computer game, but the first one for the PlayStation, the one that was like now the whole open world thing really kind of blew me away. I didn't really think we'd get a whole open world on a console.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. What was that? Did that guy even have a name? The
What
first one? I can't remember what it was called. There was Vice City and then San Andreas, but what was before Vice City?
I
I
honestly,
don't
I'm
know.
pretty sure I
Can't
played
remember.
them all, but I don't remember the order that they were in. Well, there was one I didn't play. It was a shorter one. It was a Liberty City something or other.
Yeah, that was it. That's the one where I'm not sure the main character, they even ever named him.
Well, the first Grand Theft Auto was in Liberty City, and then years down the road after they did a couple of other, but it wasn't called Liberty City. It was just called Grand Theft Auto, I believe. And then
That was the first one then that hit the
later on,
big
they
console.
released like Tales from Liberty City or something like that, which I never actually played because
Yeah.
yeah.
I used to like Driver. It was kind of almost.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
That was a great game, man.
It was back in, I don't know, I was mid-teenager, 17, 16. We used to run around trying to find somebody to buy us beer, then get tanked up on Southpaw and go play Driver for some reason.
Driver 2 was even better. It was very much like Driver. It was just, more to it.
He'd get out of the car.
Yeah. You could astral project to another car and take control of other people and shit.
Yep.
Yeah, astral projection. That's what made Driver 2 really cool. Okay, that's something that happens. I forget, but video game talk will kill a chat. I know that I love it, and I forget that it does that. It has that effect.
All right. Well, actually, I think I'm getting kind of woozy. I'm tired.
I didn't mean to run you off. Sorry about that.
No, I enjoy games once in a while too, but.
Well, definitely, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Peace out, everybody.
Take it easy, brother. So, Green, I heard you're on vacation.
You heard correct, sir.
How long is your vacation?
3 weeks.
Holy shit. Good times, good times.
Yeah, a lot of fooling around, sleeping, catching up in for family situations, which it could be a job within itself, but it's all good. Life is good, man.
Yeah, maybe you can get time to get started with your YouTube career.
Well, I'm planning, to write a couple of articles. I wrote one just recently about the link between depression and obesity, and I'm actually looking to write a new one.
What's your next smash hit going to be about?
Frank, it's kind of quiet over there. What's going on?
Well, J-Dubs, it's about time you start talking, dude.
Hey, what's up, dude?
What's going on? Good.
I'm just chilling, talking to Benny.
Yeah, I can see that. I see a lot of yellow dots on the right side there.
I apologize. Took up too much of the comment space.
Yeah. No, everything's all good, man. Yeah, just gonna write a couple things, and I don't know. It's pretty hard for me too because, I've been taking phone calls for my job, even though I'm on vacation. It's a bad habit.
You gotta stop that, man.
You know what it is? It's just that I don't like surprises when I come back. I know it sounds weird, but it's just like I want to make sure when I come back I know everything what's going on. So it's kind of my thing, I guess.
That's not your thing. There's a lot of control freaks out there.
Yeah, you could say I'm a control freak when it comes to like information.
Well, when it comes to your job, you're controlling every aspect of it, making sure you're up on top of shit when you're not even there.
Yeah, exactly.
You think you have control issues?
I think this aspect, yeah.
Yeah. Want to go deeper with that?
Not well. I think I went as deep as I could.
Yeah, I think we figured that one out. Isn't it fun to just sometimes accept you're a human?
Oh God, yeah. Imagine if I wasn't.
No, I mean the whole, I don't have to fix every fucking flaw. I can accept some of them.
Yeah, you don't have to understand everything, you know. It's pretty prevalent
Well,
when
you
it comes
can't
to these type of
understand.
situations.
Well, you can't understand everything, but even some of the stuff that you can understand, you don't have to fix.
You see, that's the weird thing is that sometimes, a lot of times, what I do is I take a step back, and they just fix themselves. And just the fact that I'm standing back is actually I'm contributing to the process of being fixed. Does that sound odd?
No.
Extremely.
Yeah.
No, man, like a lot of times, I mean, a lot of times not making a decision is making a decision. So, like, if you have an issue and you can't decide what to do about something, a lot of times that thing will, take care of itself, whether it's the way you want it to go or not.
Yeah, and it actually has been very consistent, with me. And I said, well, let me take a step back. I know this is going to work if I don't say anything. And it does. I'm just looking at your meme, Sky Daddy, and I think he's clapping for me.
Oh, that's why I put it up.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's being like condescending or like she's. I don't know, but I like it.
No, he's saying, bravo, you took some time off. You took some me time. That's good for you, dude. But do you think that I would be condescending about that? That's what I think everybody should do. I think the biggest problem with this world is not enough fucking me time.
Well, I was just reading a small thing about wait, let me see what this is. I want to get this right. I want to make sure that I'm not saying this disorder wrong, but I find it very interesting.
Oh, you finally discovered what Rob has?
Oh no. He has cognitive dissonance.
Wait, does he have his version of cognitive dissonance or actual cognitive dissonance?
Yeah, it just seems to be.
He has cognitive dissonance about what cognitive dissonance is?
Yes, he does. It's called DID. This associative identity disorder is a severe condition in which two or more distinct identities or personality states are present in and alternately take control of an individual. The person also experiences memory loss that is too extensive to be explained by ordinary forgetfulness. When in control, each personality state or alter may be experienced as if it has a distinct history, self-image, and identity. The alter characteristics, including name, reported age, and gender, vocabulary, general knowledge, and predominant mood, contrast with those of the primary identity. Basically, it's worse than split personality disorder. Is basically just saying that a person could just take over somebody's body, and the other identity has no recollection of the other identity. Find it fascinating. I'm gonna look into it. Yes, bravo, bravo.
This, by the way, this is my condescending clap.
I actually like that one better.
Really?
Yeah. I think that's the way I want to clap.
You know what this is called, right? It's the golf clap.
It's the golf clap, yeah.
Yeah, you can't do things loud on a golf course.
Hmm.
Now, this is like, if I really mean it.
Hey, is clapping actually universal?
I think so. I mean, like, hearing impaired do it by shaking their hands, but it's applause.
So, like in places like in the Far East, they clap?
I don't know. I've never been there. Or, well, I guess I should say I've never been applauded there.
Is there a culture where, when there's a great performance or, something really tight, would they clap? Like, I'm thinking
Maybe they stand up and start slapping their butt cheeks together, like everybody starts twerking.
I'm going to look into that.
A twerk of applause. Make your booty go.
You know what? Clapping is not universal because down in Patterson, we don't clap when there's like a good performance.
What do you do in Patterson?
We yell.
Okay, what's that? The beatniks, with the jazz musicians, they would like,
Yeah, they'll do like this.
Yeah, man, it would snap. I saw a jazz performance today. Well, I didn't see it. I kind of laid in the sun on the grass during it, and it was awesome.
All right, I'm gonna Wikipedia clapping. I don't want to. I'm actually fascinated with clapping.
Why don't you Wikipedia is applause universal?
Well, I want to know the origins of clapping.
All right, that's okay. You're right. You're right. Okay, I'm interested too. So share when you get some info, if you please. Oh, are you done playing that game already, sir?
Already, I've been playing it for almost 2 hours.
You've been playing it for decades.
Well, the appropriate word is applause.
Yeah, I said is applause universal. Or maybe I said it wrong. Did I say it wrong?
No, I thought you said clap. Or we was talking about clapping.
You wanted to look up clapping. I said you should look up is applause universal.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, maybe you should get the dick out your ear.
Well, maybe you should get the dick out of your mouth.
Yeah, I got a bag of. I like him there.
Where's John May when you need him?
You know? Where the fuck? I didn't understand why he was quiet for so long. It confused me, and then I assumed he was out getting beer because, John May, right? And then, he didn't like come back. He kind of just left.
So, Sky Daddy, how did you enjoy your little field trip today?
It was all right. It wasn't without its problems. Um, you know, if you're really interested in the problems, maybe sometime when we're not live, I can go deeper. But it was what I had to do. I had to do it. And it was fun. I mean, I don't want to I don't want to make it sound like it wasn't fun. I think someone that isn't quite as high strung as myself in situations like that would have had a lot of fun. I know Itty had a lot of fun, and I think she was probably disappointed that I wanted to come home so early. But we had a good time. And we're thinking about going back tomorrow. I gotta know what's that sound? Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. Are you just gonna stop and not tell me?
What was said? I missed it for a second.
I was just hearing sounds.
Why is it so quiet?
I tried.
Moment of silence.
So, Adam, what's your position on Robin Williams passing away?
Really torn up about it, actually. I'm in mourning about it. I feel really fucking depressed. Been watching his movies nonstop. I just got finished watching The Fisher King.
Are you being sarcastic or are you serious?
No, I'm serious. I'm really fucking depressed and sad about it. I've been like crying about it every fucking day. Every new movie I think of, it's like, fuck.
Okay, then I actually completely agree. I'm pretty broke up about it too. I don't know how old you are, but I kind of grew up. My childhood was a lot of Robin Williams movies, and I started watching a bunch of them. I just watched Death to Smoochie, which is amazing.
Yeah, that's one of my all-time favorite movies, Robin Williams or not. Yeah. Yeah, it's been rough, man. I was surprised by how hard it hit me. I always knew that I really loved Robin Williams' work, but I didn't realize just how much of it, like how much of an impact that would have on me.
I think we share a birthday. I'm gonna look it up and make sure, because I thought we did. Yep, we share a birthday.
Nice.
Yeah, I always felt a pretty good connection to him. Aladdin was the first movie I saw in theaters twice. My parents took me to see it twice. Me and my sister really, really liked it, and I think that the genie was one of the greatest Disney characters ever. It's really good.
Yeah, I was out of town last month, and one of the few movies that I brought with me was Aladdin, and we just watched it over and over again with my 2-year-old nephew.
God, that's got to be a tearjerker. The end of Aladdin.
Yeah. I mean, that scene makes me almost tear up without Robin Williams dying. You know, now it's just like fuck.
Yeah. That's oof. So do you think it's all right to not ridicule but criticize Robin Williams for ending his life, or do you see, or do you have compassion for that he was suffering through depression and you can understand? I mean, we've talked about your stance on suicide before, but I wonder if that colored your reaction.
I don't think it's valid to criticize someone who's mentally ill who is fighting in a struggle and they lose the struggle. I don't see how that's something to criticize someone for.
I would agree, but I wasn't sure of your position. I was actually in a couple of arguments with one of my good friends who said that he can't mourn for Robin Williams because he took the coward's way out and made implications that he owed his family, which is, I think, is an argument I wouldn't argue against, that he hurt his family, and that's bad, sure. But when he also implied that he hurt his fans, and to that I don't think he owes anything to his fans, especially if he's suffering. Of course, that's my position on suicide.
Yeah, I think at the same time, if someone hasn't gone through depression or had, you know, if someone who is perfectly sane and hasn't gone through those thoughts, I can understand not understanding suicide, if that makes sense. Like, I can understand people just being angry and thinking it's selfish if they just think that it's someone being sad and choosing to, you know, making a rational decision just to end it because they want to leave or something, versus not understanding that it's not something that you have full control over. It consumes you.
Sure.
So, yeah. I would definitely not criticize Robin Williams or anyone who is mentally ill that went through that struggle, but at the same time, I think those who do criticize, you know, I give them some leeway because they don't get it, you know.
Sure, and I wasn't irate at my friend. I just explained why I disagreed with him.
Yeah.
And I think he understands. Maybe he didn't seem to get upset with me for expressing my ideas, but some of his friends, as typical on Facebook, came to his defense as if I was lampooning him. So I argued with some antinatalists recently. Nadia was there, I think.
I fucking hate antinatalism so much, but
Yeah, there's like a handful of them I was arguing with. It was interesting. Some of their positions. I mean, the idea that it might be that you're bringing a life into the world that hasn't consented to that. I think that's an interesting argument. Other than that, I think that everything falls on its face.
well, to me, the problem with that is if you always relied on some kind of consent, you could never bring anyone into being. You have to.
Well, that's the antinatalist position, isn't it? That you shouldn't bring anyone into being.
Yeah, but that's
Couldn't you always just bring up that something that doesn't exist doesn't have to give consent?
Yeah, but I think that's problematic because it does exist once you bring it in, once you give birth to it, and it didn't consent to that, and it is alive.
But it didn't consent to it in its non-existence.
Oh yeah, I guess you could say it didn't consent to non-existing either. The only argument I really have against that satisfies me is that on generally, even in squalid conditions, humans are generally grateful to be alive.
Yeah. Yeah, I think without knowing whether the individual is going to be grateful or not, whether it was brought into existence, you got to go with the 99.99% of humanity who actually do have an appreciation for life.
Like, I'm curious, on the moral scale, let's say, people have to give consent for things. Animals, they imply no consent because they can't really communicate as well as we can. Rocks, inanimate objects, don't have to give consent because they exist, but they're not, living. So where on the scale is not existing?
Sure. I'll have to toy around with that. I haven't looked up any antinatalist arguments. I was going off the cuff. That's interesting. I'll have to look into it.
Who's an antinatalist? Like, who were you just having this discussion with?
I don't think anyone that you would know. I think I ended up in the Hangout because Nadia was in there, and I didn't know anybody from in the Hangout.
Huh.
Other than Nadia.
I can understand someone who's had a hard life having the view of antinatalism, but I think it's fucking retarded. I don't even consider it a real thing. I think it's just
Tell me how I really feel.
Like, I don't take it seriously. I just think it's silly. Like, Amendum always fucking goes on and on about antinatalism. I think it's so stupid.
So Benny said something. Redline blocked him today. Maybe I'm over exaggerating, but I felt like Redline was going to kick me out of the Hangout. I was in a little bit ago when I disagreed with him. I said that he was wrong about something, and his immediate reaction was, "Well, you could leave." I laughed. I said, "Really? Are you gonna kick me out because I disagree with you?" And he said, "Well, no. I'm just saying you could leave if you wanted to." I was like, "Oh, okay."
You can just reply, "No, I'm happy enough sitting here disagreeing with you."
Well, it seems questionable that that's what he meant, because of course I could leave. Like, I need his permission to leave. For some reason, this Hangout is working a lot better than the other one I was in. The other one I was in was breaking up real bad. I don't know why.
Actually, ours was two there for a while.
Well, I'm out in my gazebo, so sometimes I get bad connection. But it's nicer than sitting in my room. I like to be outside. Who's they, Benny? You say they're unreasonable.
What the fuck?
God.
Are you serious?
It's terrible. This Prophet Muhammad, I'm guessing, is J-Dubs then?
Yes.
I'm afraid. Oh, gee, I wonder why he brought up Ferguson when Benny said the blacks. I'm afraid to ask J-Dubs what he thinks of Ferguson.
Is he there? Bad news. Oh my god. So Beth, what's your take on Ferguson? I still haven't sat and watched any videos or read much about him.
So I tend not to really focus on Chris Brown. Wait, what's his name? Chris Brown, right? I can't remember the kid's name. Michael Brown. Thank you. Why Chris Brown? So I'm not really sure about. I haven't really taken a stance on the Michael Brown situation. I'm glad I didn't take a really strong stance in the beginning because obviously the whole story didn't come out. Now that there's new information, I'm not sure how I feel about it. It seems unlikely that the police officer that shot him knew he stole the cigars that he stole, and so there's still some questions on whether or not he acted inappropriately. I think it's likely that he did, but I'm still waiting to make a real stance on that. I think the real news out of Ferguson is the militarization of police and police brutality in general in this country and how it's gone down the shitter.
So from what little I've caught, there's some rioting. There was apparently too much of a police response, right? They overdid it.
Oh yeah, they really ratcheted it up.
There was like a lack of response, right?
Yeah, and this is also it could be a lot worse. I think it's bad no matter how you look at it, but I think it could be worse or better depending on what information comes out now. Like for example, if it turns out, and I haven't looked into it too thoroughly, that if there's looting going on before the police ratcheted up their response, that's one thing. But I think it seems to me that they ratcheted up their response, and that might even be what caused the rioting and subsequent looting. And if that's the case, then I think it's really open and shut that at least in this state of Missouri, the police are way too militarized, and I think that's probably the case everywhere. And they're kind of forced to use the equipment that they got from the U.S. government, the tanks and the explosive devices. They're not really explosive. They're like fireworks or whatever to disperse crowds, and sound cannons. They're supposed to use these things within a year of receiving them. Otherwise, I guess I have to give them back. I'm not sure. So they have this incentive to use this heavily militarized equipment against people, which is insane.
So do you think they should do in a situation like that, when the town just goes crazy?
Well, that's the thing. I don't think it was going crazy until the police force ratcheted up their response.
Oh, okay.
I see. Like
of that?
I think that might be the situation. I watched some videos that started off with groups of protesters not looting. It was in a residential neighborhood or just outside of a residential neighborhood, and they were just congregating. They weren't chanting. They weren't looting. They weren't robbing. It was a group of people generally in the streets, occupying the city. And the police came down the street in one of those tank-looking vehicles, armored vehicles, in a line with riot gear, throwing flashbang grenades. Not flashbang, but it's kind of hard to explain. They're like fireworks. They're not really flashbang, but they spark a lot and they make a big bang. And sound cannons, and even aiming some of these incendiary devices. I don't know if incendiary devices. These non-lethal fireworks towards the media and these crowds that weren't looting. I mean, the video is very clear. There's no one apparently misbehaving in the video. It just seems that the police decided to disperse the crowd in an extremely powerful and not violent necessarily, but a flamboyant way. Let's say that. And I think because of that, there's been a lot more rash reactions from the protesters, and not even necessarily from the protesters. There's an argument to be made that the people who are looting are not part of the protest.
I wonder what would happen if you would arm the protesters with like gas masks, riot shields, and rubber bullets.
Pandemonium?
Like, who would start it though?
I don't know.
If they had the equipment, would that give them the will to do it? Or would they still bring people until they were suppressed?
I don't know. I think it's interesting to also point out that the police said that they would not be, at some point, I can't remember, I'm not sure what point this was, but at some point the police of Ferguson said that they will not be responding to 911 calls. And of course that's going to lead to looting.
That's crazy.
You don't need a machine gun. It's not like a mob of people is ever going to try to break into your house.
Yeah, so I guess that's the general idea that I got from it, that Ferguson is mostly about, at least to me, about the increased police action and brutality against citizens. And we've been saying this all over the place, that cops in almost every district have been accused of, and probably have been, responding way too harshly to people who may or may not have done anything wrong. And even if they have done something wrong, people who aren't a threat to the cops being shot or mistreated by the police.
A lot of the headlines I've seen really emphasize the race issue. What do you think about that? Like making it out to be a racial.
I think there is that element to it. I mean, the Ferguson police, the city of Ferguson is like 60-something% black. The police force is 50-something police officers, and only 3 of them are black. The police chief is white. The mayor is white. The city council is made up of I don't know how many people, but there's only a couple of them that are black.
Interesting.
So there's that.
I was not aware of that.
I think that's another thing that another problem with police forces, excuse me, is I think that it's a lot better. The way police forces in a lot of places are set up is people transfer and work in a city that they don't live in or didn't grow up in. And I think that police, if there was a law or a regulation that helped and keep people who lived in the city policing the city, I think that would solve a lot of the problem. Not just because of the race issue, we could totally ignore that, but because you're more likely. Sorry, I let that car go by. You're more likely to police gently and justifiably if you're policing the city that you live in, because you don't want police brutality in your own city. Oh, and also you resonate with the people that live there. If I live out here and was a police officer in LA, I don't feel I won't necessarily feel one with the people in LA, and I might police people differently. I might hate people from LA.
And
I
you
think
might,
that's-
yeah, you might
Sorry,
actually feel repercussions in your personal life.
Right. If I policed my own city, I think it's obvious that I would probably treat people a lot nicer than I would if I policed outside of my own city. And so I guess excessive force is kind of become the norm, and I don't know how to, other than trying to get people to police their own cities, um, how to solve that problem. Other than also, I guess one way is to implement um, different kind of training for police officers. It really does seem like excessive force is the norm.
Yeah, I can see that. To me,
And
I
that's-
kind of I kind of agree with almost like, I guess probably what you would probably consider excessive force, but I would want it to only be. I'm sure you've heard me talk about my ideas regarding this, where individual communities that believe in such force should have excessive force, and then communities that wouldn't have that would have a more of a much more lenient police force. Like, I personally would much rather have police brutality and feel safe than to have just no police response.
Okay, so there's two things to that. I'm not sure why you would feel safer with excessive force. It could be the case. I mean, everyone gets pulled over, and it could be the case that excessive force means reaching for your wallet. Out comes the police gun and getting on the ground, and you get a knee to your back. And then there's also the case that excessive force is typically, in most situations, and like in Ferguson, mostly implemented on minorities.
Okay, well, hopefully you didn't take what I said to support like racial discrimination or anything, right?
No, I don't think that's what you meant. I'm just saying that I think that would be a consequence of training police to be more brutal. That they would be more brutal, but mostly towards people that they see as the other.
Yeah.
Which would be
Well, so
mostly
let's
minorities.
let's look at two examples. You gave the example of this rioting where they had these firecracker things and sound. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Sound bombs.
A sound cannon. You could look it up. It's basically. I mean, think of. I guess it sounds like a fire alarm in a hotel. How it rings at these two different frequencies to the point where it confuses your ears and makes them feel like they're pounding. And there's these huge sound cannons on these armored vehicles pointing towards the crowds that do that, basically.
Mhm. I think another good example of kind of what I'm talking about is, do you remember the Boston bombing tragedy where there was a pretty when they were looking for that guy, they were just kicking in people's fucking doors and you know, shoving guns in their faces and telling everyone to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, they shot the hell out of a completely wrong vehicle because they thought it might have been the right vehicle, but it was the wrong color, it was the wrong make and model, and there was two ladies in it. And it wasn't as if they could have been hiding in the trunk or the back seat because it was a fucking regular cab Toyota truck.
Yeah. See, so I think to some people that would be considered inappropriate or excessive. To me, I feel like that's what needs to be done in that situation. If there's a terrorist attack, who cares about people's rights right now? It's a state of emergency. It's a crisis. You're going to sit down and shut the fuck up while the police take care of the job. That's what I think should be done.
I'm not sure I'd agree with that, and I would argue that, but I don't think that's really necessary. I can grant you that, but still argue that if it's not a terror situation, if there's not an immediate danger to a mass of people, if there's not possible more bombs going off, and we need to get these people right now before they kill 50 people. If it's a drunk driver, or for example, or somebody with a machete, there are certainly ways to de-escalate the situation without taking away everybody's rights.
That's true.
That's true. You want to say something, Benny?
I think he was just playing a clip. Sound clip.
So I would say that if it's a situation that there's looting going on and there's riots, then the police, then the reaction in Ferguson, the police handled, I think, non-rioting and looting situation would have been appropriate, right? You need to disperse those crowds. You need to stop the looting. That's understandable. But I think that that when there's a peaceful demonstration, parking armored vehicles and putting snipers out on the roof and putting police in riot gear and putting the fire department out there with fire hoses ready to really attack the crowd is an escalation that's not necessary. And I think because of the way we've been arming police agencies, the police agency in Ferguson had an incentive to use these things, and I think that's wrong. I think we need to take away that incentive. I think they need to use them not because they need to use it or lose it. I think they need to use it if the situation calls for it. And I don't think the situation called for it.
I think I agree with you too. Like I said, I would personally choose more of an excessive force, but I wouldn't want to force others to have that. Like, I think if you're gonna have one or the other, I think it should be more lenient.
It's also a situation that the Ferguson Police Department were completely tone deaf in their reaction, even after they were criticized for their initial reaction to the to the protesters. Afterwards, after shit hit the fan the next day, they said that everyone should. You could protest. That's fine. We're going to let you protest, but you all need to leave by night, by the time the sun is down. And that's extremely tone deaf in the South, because in the South, there was times in cities where called sundown towns where blacks weren't allowed to be after night, after dark.
Well,
And that's insensitive, to say the least. Now, it might be the case that it's a good idea for crowds to disperse at night, so riots and looting doesn't happen later. But the way they implemented that was incredibly tone deaf.
Nadia, I never flagged your fucking video. I don't know why you think that I, of all people, did that.
I have a feeling Brett Keane probably isn't doing well at, where do you go, Vimeo or something? Is he ever going to come back to YouTube or Hangouts?
As far as I know, Brett Keane quit the internet for good.
Can't say it's a loss.
I think he actually got rid of his internet connection even.
We'll be right back.
Okay.
How you doing, Adam? How are you today?
I've been better, but you know, I'm hanging in there, I guess.
Did you get invited to the Hangout?
Yeah. I was watching some of it, some of the broadcasts earlier.
Because I told Reuven not to invite you.
Really?
I did. I asked him not to.
Why did you ask him not to invite me?
I figured. I don't know. I figured that the Hangouts were, people are assholes in these places, and I felt like shouldn't be around assholes, I guess.
Are you the only other person with a microphone?
I don't know.
I'm here. So the only side to which I'm an asshole is that I'm getting screwed.
Oh, how lovely. Keeping it gangster, keeping it real.
You're at least one of two or three people in this hangout doing it, so.
How you doing, Benny? How's everything over there, ma'am?
There's also growing concern the Mosul Dam isn't being properly maintained by ISIS and could rupture. It was
Oh, hey, Down. That's lovely. What's up?
What's going down?
I don't know. Reuven keeps